going on for the first couple minutes, so...
Couple?
Yeah.
First 4 hours.
GG, Fathlo. Nerm's going to be really close behind, though. Like, this is probably a minute 30? Maybe? 2 minutes? Which at one point it looked way worse.
Yeah,
So-
what helped me there is I used items for the save room, whereas he had to use RGB, and so I gained like 35 floors just because of that.
Ah, I
Oh,
see.
really? I didn't know about that. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that then.
Time
Also,
coming up for me,
collecting 4 chocobos probably didn't help.
I'm sure. And time.
Alright, GG. Let me actually check the times here. Well done to both the runners, of course. We're looking at a 2:02 from Nerm and Fathlo had. I can't actually tell because it's already advanced. Damn it. Oh well. It's
Name
fine.
got a 202?
Roughly. That's what I'm
Wow.
what I'm seeing.
My timer's a 2:03:30.
Alright, that makes sense. GG guys! Yeah, well done. Thank you for having me on commentary and enduring my endless speeches. We're going into FF5 with Sweat and Zinfogel, commentated by CronoKirby, I believe, and is Genya here? No? Well,
Nope.
sad. Anyways, thank you for having us. Thank you for having FF4. Good luck to the FF5 crew. And we're out.
Thanks, Magis, for commentating our run. Really appreciate it, and tough to do solo because Dusler bailed on you, but
It's okay.
and floor 2. Good luck with that. Team Mog, all the way.
I appreciate it.
Alright, thanks guys. I'll be helping out as well. Good luck on FF5. And thanks again, Magus, for doing commentary. Peace.
Well, on to FF5, there isn't much happening right now. The game does begin with a 4-minute cutscene. I guess we could go ahead and explain a little bit about the step count. So, unlike FF4, we sort of have a dynamic step count in the sense that you don't know what seed you're gonna get before the run itself, where you have to reset and try to hit a specific seed. In this game, if you start a new game, you always hit this first seed. So, the step route is going to be very determinate from that first seed. And so both runners should be able to keep their step count for the whole game if they play their cards right. They're definitely going to need it for the whole game as well, because there's if you're familiar with this game casually, or maybe as a Forge Out Fiesta, you know that it's a lot of blue magic, there's a lot of enemies you can catch in this game, and you definitely need a step count to be able to encounter enemies you want to encounter when you want to encounter them. And that's going to be useful for the entire game to be able to learn blue magic and catch enemies. So yeah. Sweat's almost at the end of the cutscenes, Zin's a little bit behind. Just, still pretty close race for now. We'll see how this goes. Sweat currently has the world record in FF5 with a 3:48:17. Zinfogel ain't too far behind, and he can probably improve his PB. We'll see though. Okay, so first things first, they're going to be changing a few settings in the menu. So one of the most important things is going to be the battle speed. So unlike FF4, the battle speed affects everything in battle. In FF5, the battle speed mostly affects enemies, and less so your own characters. And so they're going to be moving that up to 4 for the beginning of this game right here. And the reason they're doing that is to give the enemies less turns, essentially. But if you move it all the way up to 6, you end up slowing down the battle speed itself. So you don't actually want to move it that far up. So another thing, there's another important option, which is active or wait. So active means that when we're in item menus or magic menus in battle, the ATB will continue scrolling and advancing. But if we're in wait mode, it'll stop advancing in menus. So at the beginning of the game, we want it inactive for a small section of a fight later on, where we want to be able to do a little bit of menuing, but still keep the ATBs scrolling. Otherwise, you're going to be keeping it on wait for most of the game. So another secondary option some runners may choose to activate is winter short. So in this game, the standard way for stuff to appear in battles is having it in a column. But there's also a secondary option, we can have it in a cross, and the cross is slightly faster because you can access the third option immediately with just a touch of the D-pad instead of 2. It also allows you to buffer a defend. So it's slightly faster, it's really personal preference though, and I don't think either of these runners are going to go for it. And then another option, it's two more to go through, is going to be cursor memory. That's a pretty much standard in most FF games where it's allowed. It allows us to keep the cursor at the same spot in menus and in battles, and that's really useful, because most of the menus are going to involve changing jobs, because FF5 is centered around jobs, it's all about the job system, and we're going to be taking advantage of the mix and matching of jobs a lot. So most of our menus, I'd say a good 95% of them, are going to involve switching our jobs around, switching our abilities around. And so we don't want to have to go all the way down to jobs every time we open the menu. And so keeping cursor on memory allows us to stay on jobs where we want to be. And in battles, of course, you want to be able to stay on the same options as well. And the final option is cursor is re-equip to empty. And the reason we want to keep it on empty is that whenever we change jobs, we don't want to optimize, because we want to actually select the equipment we want to use very carefully. In fact, in most places, like the equipment equipping stuff is somewhat pointless, because our jobs are good enough, and we don't get too much equipment in this run. So we want to be able to have better control over our equipment, and so re-equipping to empty whenever we change jobs gives us better control over that. Because most of the time we end up not wanting equipment rather than wanting it on. So that's the better option to take. So it's almost out of this little cutscene here. Let's get it back on Boko. These first couple, I'd say, I won't go as far to say half hour, but this first 18 minutes or so before the first boss are pretty slow. The game takes a while to pick up, especially in a speedrun. And casual play, these cutscenes are actually quite nice. But yeah, we're gonna see him fight a few more goblins. The goblin fights are extremely simple, just a matter of holding A to attack as fast as possible. And yeah, they're playing on the SNES version with a translation patch, which is pretty much the standard way of running 5 in our community nowadays. It's also not that much RNG at the beginning of the run. So Zinfogel also making his way out into the canyon as Boko. So one thing to note is that the step count is active from the very beginning of the game. And on Boko, the interesting thing is that in this game, there are essentially two different step counts. So there's one step count that determines where you're going to get your encounter. And so basically if you take the same amount of steps, you get the encounters in the same place. And also another interesting factor is that you can skip encounters in this game. So the way that works is that if you're close to getting an encounter, and you make the game recalculate how many steps you have until the next encounter. So that's usually done between screen positions and dungeons. So if you're close to getting one encounter, make the game recalculate, the game will actually go to the next set of values. So if you're one step away from getting an encounter, then enter the next room, what's going to happen is that you're going to get another 30 steps or so for the next encounter. So essentially you skipped an encounter. The other way to do that is on the world map. Open the menu recalculates it as well. So if you're close to getting an encounter on the world map and open the menu, the game will let you skip the encounter as well. So that's going to be used to shorten the time of dungeons by skipping a lot of encounters. It's also useful in the sense that the game has also a separate counter for formations. So the game basically just has a list of formations from top to bottom, and it increments it by 1 every time, or whatever. It goes to the next formation every time you get into a battle. And so they want to be on a certain parts of the chain at certain points of the run. So they want to minimize the amount of encounters they get to make sure that they get specific encounters at certain places. So one extra encounter is very, very bad for the step count. So they definitely want to avoid that. So this first dungeon actually has a little bit of RNG. So one of the most useful jobs in this game is going to be Thief. So Thief has a few interesting properties. The main one is Dash, the most evident one, which allows us to hold beta run, which isn't a default option in this version of the game, but it is in all the subsequent versions. The other hidden property most people don't know of is the fact that thieves can't get back attacked, inherently. So by having a Thief in our party, we avoid back attacks entirely. And back attacks, at the beginning of the game, are a loss of time. At the end of the game, they're pretty much a death. So we definitely need to have a Thief in our party at most points in the run to avoid getting back attacked. And rarely do we ever forgo having a Thief in our party. And we always have Dash for exploring dungeons and stuff. So yeah, this is one of the few places where you can get back attacked. Here it's not a big deal, you just lose a bit of time. But, you know, that can still set you back pretty much, especially when this game has solid RNG as it is. So I believe we should see Zen taking extra steps in here to skip a battle at the end of the string.
I think it's about time I introduce myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Zinfogel. What's interesting about the FF5 community in general is that all of us partake into very particular routes for the game. So there will be differences between me and Sue. His routes will be executing a different step count and perhaps different battle strategies. So that will be pretty interesting in the sense of a race.
Yeah, for sure. Sword's route differs in quite a few points. It's not that much slower, but it is definitely, I'd say, a minute slower. Mostly because it's a lot of imported Japanese strats, which is quite interesting. There's definitely a lot of different approaches that he's borrowed from the Japanese community. And I guess Zinfogel is he's running the best route we've come up with as a Western community, though I tend to run something slightly different. But the differences between mine and Zinfogel's route tend to be very minor, and don't seem to have much of an impact at their own, really. But yeah, we're definitely going to see two different routes here. They shouldn't diverge until, say, after Magissa. But besides this step route, the interesting thing with the step route in this game, at the beginning of the game is interesting the fact that the step routes generally tend to converge after the first boss, no matter what you do at the beginning. So the beginning is really just to set up your formation chain for the rest of the game. Because we want to get specific encounters at specific points for grinding, and also for learning blue magics, and for catching enemies to use them later in battle. So we want to be at a specific point in the formation chain at specific parts. And so all of this beginning step is less so for skipping encounters late game, and more so for setting up which encounters we're going to get late game. So we've already thought out what encounters we want from the very beginning. So it definitely shows how much planning goes into the FF5 run. Lots of...
FF5, I'd say, is one of the more punishing FF games to speedrun when it comes to mistakes. Because
for sure.
Any minor detail you miss could cost you a battle. The route is so well planified, it's extremely fragile.
Yeah,
so we're gonna be real careful with our setups and how we manage step manipulation.
Step manipulation is definitely like a lot of type management. Another factor in type management is experience. Because of certain blue magics being dependent on level, we need to be at certain levels at certain point in the run. And also there's a skill called Goblin Punch, which is relying on our level, but I'll explain that a bit later. But we need to be at specific levels for that as well. And then there's AP management, which is a whole other thing. That's probably one of the most important parts, if not... It's pretty much the route, is your AP management. Is what jobs you use when. What jobs you use at which bosses, who can die, who can't die. You usually can't die for most bosses because the AP they give is so precious, since we're trying to avoid fighting anything that's not mandatory. And to take full advantage of the AP that's given to us by the game. So we have very quirky job setups to be able to grind as much AP as we can possibly get from mandatory fights, and we optimize it. And there are many jobs where we just get the exact amount of ability points we need for an ability, like on the fight before we need it. So that's definitely very interesting to watch. And there's a ton of abilities we're gonna learn, a ton of mix and matching. Like, contrary to 4-Job Fiesta, and what makes this so much faster compared to a run like that, is that we can mix and match all the abilities that this game gives us. And the ability to tailor our strategies for every single boss. That's what makes this speedrun so fast, and makes it so optimized. Is that every single boss has an optimal strategy, and we're gonna be exploiting all the weaknesses, we're gonna be exploiting everything we can to just destroy the bosses in this game. We're not gonna play fair, ever. But yeah, the beginning is a bit slow. We have a lot of cutscenes to have to mash to. Swed should be close to getting control and entering the second dungeon of the game, and thus getting closer to the first boss, which is sort of a pushover, to be honest. So here, this part gives us the proposal of driving the ship for us, but we say no, mainly because you have a small animation. If you say yes, the step count doesn't actually count here in the sea, so you can do whatever you want, but landing will count. So we definitely want to be careful near the end there, it's a bit tricky. So what you saw Swed there is he pressed a direction to buffer the menu. What that does, in FF5, on the world map, the game only registers a step after it's fully completed. And you can open the menu on the last frame of the animation, and thus make the step not register. So we can use that to our advantage in multiple ways. We can use that to save steps when we're behind because we messed up and took extra steps in the dungeon. We can use that to get back on the step count. We also use that in specific points intentionally to get in a better position in the step count. So there, it allows them to skip an encounter. Because had you not done the half step, you would have gotten an encounter one step before entering another room. So by pushing it back one more step, he can skip it. We're going to be seeing Zen doing half step, I think. Not sure.
I don't know how to do half steps on this area.
So this first boss is pretty simple. We got the broadsword from a chest. We equip it in battle. This is why we want active battle speed for the beginning, so that we can equip this broadsword quickly. So ideally, we're gonna kill him before he goes into defense phase. Ideally, we kill him. The last one is just gonna be a Ferris hit to kill him off, to finish him off, and that should be enough. Hopefully, Swed can kill with Ferris here. If not, he's gonna attack with Lena. Good RNG for him. If he has to attack with Lena, it's a bit slower, and there's also a small chance with your starting ETBs if you're a bit slow that Lena won't be able to get her attack in before he changes forms, and then you're just gonna have to wait him out. This is gonna go into a defensive form where you can't really attack him. Swed getting back attack. This is a really punishing back attack because I wanna kill this fight for experience. And you also need more attacks to kill them off during the back row now instead of the front row. Generally want to stay in the back with speedrun, because physical attacks aren't really going to be that good without much grinding. So we're going to be more reliant on magic for most of the run. And thus, we're going to stay in the back row. But at the beginning of the game, we'd have no choice but to use physical attacks, so we're going to stay in the front. Let's see if Zinfogel was able to get the run cycle, which is pretty free, but you never know. Looks like he got the fastest fight as well, with Ferris killing. So, good start for both of them. Your real RNG doesn't really come until Goblin Punch, so we'll see. So we're going to be getting our first set of jobs from the Carwen Castle. That is Thief, Blue Mage, Knight, Monk, Black Mage, and White Mage. So out of those, we don't really use White Mage. It's not too useful. Monk is terrible. Thief is arguably the most useful. Less so in fights, but more so outside of fights for running around. That's essential to a speedrun, of course, and also protecting from back attacks, as I mentioned before. Blue Mage is broken, as you may know. Death by math is a very common theme for a lot of boss fights. Towards the ending more so than at the beginning, but there's still a few fights where we take advantage of that. Then Black Mage is useful for a little bit, but not that much over long term. Yeah, I'd say Blue Mage and Thief are the really important jobs we give him this crystal. That also has some great application late game as well.
It's worth mentioning that menuing in this game is incredibly responsive. There is barely any lag between your inputs. So
Yeah, definitely. Menuing is a huge factor in good time in this game because there's so many menus. There's a good 60 menus in this game. All about changing jobs. You can go very, very fast if you're a Skirt Runner like Sweater or even Zinfogel. So here he's gonna switch to a Thief real quick on Burt's, and I believe Sweat is gonna put Ferris to a Black Mage in his route. Later. And Ferris to Black Row. So we'll just do that now. We want everyone to be a Black Mage for a fight later. But Ferris is gonna leave our party for a little bit, so we just do it now because it's convenient and a bit faster, menuing-wise. And I believe Zinfogel is going to do something slightly different. So Sweat is going to be using Black Magic for a few fights, and what Zinfogel is going to be doing is going to be putting Ferris onto a Knight because he's going to actually grind cover. It's a 10 ability point ability, so he's going to want that ability for Galo, the boss coming later. He wants to be able to cover without necessarily being a Knight.
yeah, I actually changed my route a little bit. I will be turning into a Knight eventually to grind my cover AP, but for the purposes of making the boss coming up safer, I'm still going to set out Faris as a Black Mage.
So which boss do you put him on as well now?
I set up Faris as a Knight on Siren and Magissa.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense. So we're gonna go to Beginner's House. There's a few items that are pretty useful in terms of gear route. The gear route early game is a bit tight. The Phoenix Down route as well. We don't have a lot of Phoenix Downs available in this game, so we need to make use of every single one we get. And by make use, I mean hope we don't have to use them. So here he's changing over into a mage. So most enemies in this game have a 1 out of 3 chance to use their secondary blue magic ability. And for this goblin, it's Goblin Punch. He got a preemptive, which is bad, because that means he's going to have to wait an extra turn for a chance to earn the Goblin Punch. So ideally, in 3 attacks, you should Goblin Punch. Sometimes it's more. Attack number 3 on Sweat. Now he's officially unlucky. Hopefully he gets it soon. And before. Okay, that's not looking too good. I'd say under 5 is reasonable. Okay, number 5, that's okay. So Goblin Punch is a very good ability early game. It's definitely something that would be very hard to route out, though attempts can be done.
Beautiful at the 5.
But yeah, so Goblin Punch, essentially what it is, it's a physical attack that doesn't care about row in itself. But it also has a special property not many people know about, is that if you're the same level as the enemy you're using it on, it has a multiplier to it. I'm not sure if it's times 10 or times 8, but it's something quite big. So we're going to take advantage of that effect of Goblin Punch on 2 bosses mainly. Who are level 2 and 3 respectively, so we're going to be scaling a level with them so that we can kill them very fast with Goblin Punch. So it's definitely a very good skill early game. And going to the Beginner's House has other applications and that we can get many chests from it. Notably Phoenix Down. Now Phoenix Down is very nice, because early game we have a chance of dying because we're not necessarily strong enough and we can't kill bosses fast enough to avoid their attacks. So we're gonna have to be relying on a bit of energy to hope to not die. And if someone dies, it's very bad for the AP route, because most bosses get very good AP, and we need all the AP we can get, because we're gonna be trying to learn a ton of abilities in a very short amount of fights.
Yeah, that's a quirk with bosses in this game. They don't give any experience, but a lot of AP, which is very helpful for planifying or job management. Otherwise, we'll have to grind a lot more.
Yeah, levels in themselves aren't actually that useful for us. They're useful mainly for learning blue magic and also for surviving a handful of fights. There are a handful of fights where you have to be able to survive fights through brute force and just have a certain amount of HP.
There are also a few skills that implement your current level in their formula, so increasingly it helps with dealing more damage a few times.
When we stuff that's turn level, we have ways of making a level much bigger than it actually is. Let's just put it at that. So another little cutscene over here. This lets you sink in the music of the game, which is very, very good. unlike other FF games, this game makes use of lots of motifs. So you can, if you listen carefully, you can probably hear the same recurring motif through a lot of songs. That's definitely something you want to look out for. There he is outside the cutscene, so he's gonna buy a few spells. Fire, Bolt, Cure, and Antidote. So Fire and Bolt are elemental spells, we're gonna be using them. Fire is mainly for a few encounters that we're gonna be grinding on early game to get scale levels with the bosses and also grind a bit of gil. Bolt is used for the upcoming boss, basically. Otherwise, we don't really use it that much aside a few scarce setups where it happens to be useful. But the main orientation and goal of getting it is for the upcoming boss right here.
And the boss coming up is Karlabos, and it's actually a rather tricky battle if you don't have 4 black mages in your party, which is the reason I decided to roll out the Knight strat.
I don't think...
Karlabos has generally you will only see 2 rounds of attacks. On the first round he's got a 2-tier chance of using Tentacle, and that has a chance of paralyzing your characters, and if that occurs then you lack a lot on damage if not all of your characters are black mages.
Yeah, the only thing
very
that's
consistent damage very quickly.
That's really bad with 4 black mages is double tentacle, which is very unlikely. But I think 9 Magissa is very easy to implement. I don't see any much problems with that really, because you only need 1 character to kill her, as we'll see later. So yeah, that should be pretty free to integrate compared to Karlabos. So it's out to the canal for Sweden. Zin's not that far behind, actually.
I'm actually pretty surprised that Race has come as close as it has.
Definitely, compared to Yastur, it's insane. Good job on everyone before us, for sure. Give them a hand. And so on the canal, dash actually doesn't apply only to when you're walking in dungeons. It also applies to other areas. Mainly on the boat, so funnily enough, having a thief allows us to dash while on the boat, which is a fun little thing. We pretty much want to have dash at all times. There are a few scarce moments where it's inconvenient to have it on just for job setups, or just don't have it on for a couple of steps, but really it's very, very useful after the battle.
Dash is actually a pretty huge aggravator for the step route because you move at double the speed that you would otherwise.
Yeah, that's the thing as well.
It makes movement really tricky.
Is in here, if they were to take an extra step, their step count would be in a very, very grim spot because they would get an extra encounter, which means that every single encounter from then on would be shifted by 1, which means that at the end of World 1, we're gonna try and grind a few mini dragons. And the thing with mini dragons is that they're rather uncommon as a new character, so if we're off our formations counter, we're not going to be able to encounter them as much as we'd like, which means we're going to have to reset in hopes to somehow land on mini dragons, which is a huge amount of time loss and also loses our entire step route for the rest of the game. So getting a single extra formation in World 1 for the first 2 rounds is that's a very bad. It's definitely something that both owners will want to avoid unless they don't mind losing the step count. But yeah. After that, it becomes a bit more lenient. There's backups if you get extra encounters and whatnot. Swed getting paralysis on Lena, no big deal. Lena's kind of bad to get hit because Lena can actually die if she gets hit again Which is, it's a shame to use a Phoenix down in Karlabos, really. It's very unlikely to have to use one, but I think both runners got... Speak of the devil.
Oh gosh.
I jinxed it, man.
Well, you might have seen Fake with Low Shields on Lena. It's specifically to avoid a scenario where she can die if she gets hit twice.
I mean, there's a lot of small stuff you can do in the game that takes like, a couple of extra seconds and definitely saves, makes things a lot more safe. But I mean, Sweat's not the type.
One for it too. On mine, so he tried to Lena twice. Just died. That would also be a good example on how rough RNG is in this game.
Yeah, RNG, I'd say it's worse at the beginning. Like after World 1, it's not that bad. There's maybe like a minute of RNG variance. It's really consistent. World 1 though has a ton of RNG, and it gets better and better as you go through World 1. But the beginning of World 1 has a lot of bosses that can kill you if they just decide to kill you. And then you have to use a Phoenix Down, and using a Phoenix Down is bad because you don't have a lot of Phoenix Downs, and you need everyone alive for every fight. And it's quite a pain if you have to start using them. And Phoenix Downs are worth a lot of money as well, so we're not going to be able to use all of them. I'm going to sell a few as well. So yeah, the beginning of the game is quite tight. Using a Phoenix Down already for Sweat is pretty bad. But he could probably be in a very dangerous situation if Siren gives him a very bad pattern, but hopefully he won't after resonating on Siren. Hopefully. Thankfully both runners got the safe Phoenix Down tool. It's an extra one you can get. And like I don't think you probably wouldn't get it, but no, you definitely want to get it. Especially, it's definitely already paid off for Sweden, since had he not gotten it, and gotten the same kind of Karlabos, he would have been pretty much in an irrecoverable situation, in my opinion, because in the normal route with a low amount of Phoenix Downs we'd usually get, using one there is very, very bad. So here he's going to be switching his jobs around a little bit, so he's going to be putting someone to a thief, as well as switching everyone to blue mages and optimizing them. So since Goblin Punch is dependent on her attack, we still need to equip something on, but what exactly we have on isn't too important. So Zinfogel is also doing a Knight. So a Knight is useful because they have the ability, 10-point ability, Cover. So Cover is an ability inherent to the Knight, passive ability, that basically the Knight will take any attacks that are directed towards someone in critical health. So if a boss attacks someone who's in critical health, the Knight will instead take the attack in their place. So that's actually a very cool ability in-game that allows us to redirect all bosses' attacks, and basically redirect offense onto one character who's strong enough to survive it. / avoid it. And it's actually going to be useful in Zinfogel's route for one boss later on, where the setup using a Knight with cover, well basically, Sweat is going to be opting for using a Knight straight up, and not having to grant the ability cover, since Knight already has that ability inherent to the job. But Zinfogel is going to be opting to have cover as a secondary ability he can attach onto any class. He's one of going to be able to use a Freelancer with cover for Galora, as we'll explain later.
We primarily want cover for a Freelancer specifically because they can equip many more weapons compared to the other classes.
Yeah, Freelancer.
We want specifically with cover.
Yeah, so Freelancer has the special ability of being able to equip anything, which is actually quite useful. And late game Freelancers would become good if we grinded a ton, because they can inherit stats from mastered jobs. But I mean, we're not going to even come close to mastering a job in this run, so don't expect use of Freelancer.
Yeah, more so Freelancer means void AP, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Because anytime you use a Freelancer, you're not gaining AP for other job classes, and it's critical that we grind every single point we can.
Yeah, I mean, the game doesn't give us a lot of AP. It definitely gives us quite a bunch, but we still actually have to get AP from extra mandatory fights, but Don't worry about that really. I mean, there's a few jobs that we really have to grind for that are a bit tight. The main one being Mix for Chemist later in the game. That's an essential element of these routes, really, is being able to get Mix very fast. So it separates these newer routes from the older Darkshock routes, as these routes rely more so on Mix instead of Darkshock for the middle section of the game. But yeah, so we saw them do a couple of extra steps in the world map room. So they entered to skip an encounter and did a few extra steps to set up the rest of the step to skip more encounters.
Alright, coming up is Siren. It's probably one of the nastier boss in the game, if she feels like it. The thing about Siren is that she can spam a whole host of status between support skills. We ideally want to see her spam a bunch of slow, sleep even, and mute. Just things that don't harm our party directly. Otherwise, she could spam black magic spells. On my specific setup, since I got a knight at full health, I can have parry survive a single ice or bolt spell. But if Siren decides to use more optimal, let's put it, a more optimal sequence of attacks, like using haste and then spamming ice or bolt, that could be bad, because we'll need to attempt to recover from the damage. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, so ideally, and this is a dream scenario, we're gonna get mute and it's gonna miss. But I mean, that's pie in the sky thinking, so let's see what he gets. Siren Lottery. Haste.
Yikes.
I need to stop jinxing Sweat, man. Oh baby, this is not good. Especially with the low Phoenix Down count he has. Ice. Okay, well, there goes the character. Hopefully he doesn't double cast. She doesn't double cast armor. Okay, that's good. He's not reviving Galo. I'm not sure if he has the leeway. I'm not too sure on the specifics of his AD route. I assume he knows his stuff. So, yeah, should be fine. I believe he got mute. Wasn't paying too much attention.
Alright, I got a great battle, no damage.
Mute scan. Wow, that's perfect. That's like optimal. I mean, the only thing that could have gone better was mute missing, but that's extremely rare, so that's pretty much the perfect Siren fight from Zinfogel's end.
Yeah, Siren didn't do anything that could have slowed me down or otherwise delay the knockout. That's pretty good.
Yeah, one funny thing about this game is this game doesn't really have crits. Actually at all. I think you can crit yourself with a standard physical attack, but I mean, we don't do that much in the run. And bosses don't really crit you. They can use the critical attack, but that's more so a more powerful attack. It's not necessarily a crit, more so an ability into itself. So we're gonna get an Ice Rod. If you're not familiar with this game, Ice Rods boost the power of ice magic by 50%. But that's not the ability we really want. What we really want to get out of them is the fact that certain jobs can equip Ice Rods and then break them by using them as an equipped item. Which is a one-time item which casts a level 3 spell. And that's extremely useful, because that can just destroy bosses, especially at this early point in the game. So Sweat's opting to use a tent here to revive Galo. And also Galore hype on Zinfogel's side.
It's foreshadowing.
So both friends are going to be grinding a fight up here in North Mountain. That's just so they can scale the level with Galore. So we were level 2 for Siren, which means we got the plus a ×8 multiplier on Goblin Punch. We want to be level 3 for Galore, so we get the ×8 multiplier again, because he's level 3.
Well, I missed twice.
So Sweat's actually gonna do a slightly lower XP route, so he's gonna have Gluff as a knight. And the thing is that, like, not all your characters start with the same base XP. So having Gluff as a knight is nice because he won't actually reach level 3 with the small amount of XP Sweat is gaining from the fights he does. So by having Gluff as a knight, he can sort of avoid having to have him Goblin Punch and not do much damage. That's the reason he's having Gluff as a knight, whilst we're going to be having Ferris cover for Glura. So now Magissa is coming up. So Magissa is a pretty simple boss. It can be pretty complicated if you don't have Ice Reds. So she's usually gonna kill someone at the beginning of the fight. We have to Phoenix down them, and then someone chucks an Ice Rod, and that just insta-kills her. Rather simple.
Is regardless of what happens, Lena, Galo for bugs, or whoever you are using to spam Goblin Punch on Galura has to be a critical health, so we can take advantage of cover.
Great. Yeah, so that's why we let her skip poison, because you can avoid those poison flowers on the mountain to avoid getting poisoned. We actually will take advantage of that and get poisoned. Because one interesting thing about this game to know that Phoenix Downs don't actually put you into critical health. So since you revived Guluf, you had to actually attack him again, so we'd be in critical health for the next fight. Because as you may have guessed, we're granting the cover ability on Ferris. We're going to use that cover ability immediately for the next fight for Glura. So now with this AP, I think 11 AP from Magissa and Siren, something like that. And so now he's able to have cover as a secondary ability. So he's going to be setting that before Glura. Yeah, no name changes, but no window color changes. I don't know. Oh, I think... Yeah, you changed your window color a bit. I don't think Sweat did, though.
Yeah, no, I did it to represent the thing Mocha.
So there's a few items we can get in this castle. Mainly for gold. The gear route, once again, at the beginning of the game is really tight. We want to be buying rods, as you may have discovered their power. So there's a few we can buy in the next town, and we're going to be taking full advantage of that and buying as many as we can afford. And those will hopefully last us for the couple of bosses where we can use those. So we're definitely going to be gaining the extra gil we can get from these chests over here. The Phoenix Down we get here is actually going to be used as a utility item. It's going to be used strictly for money. The one thing to keep in mind is that if you're just comparing the cutscene itself, Zin hasn't gone and gotten the chest yet. So it's a minor thing. So we won't be able to look exactly until get a good reference point like Galo himself. So Sweat's using the hero, going all the way back to Wolf's Tower. So, story-wise, we need to investigate this place, because a meteor landed near it, and this is where the water crystal is, and we're trying to protect the crystals from breaking. So, here you can clearly see the step count. He did some extra steps right there. That's to be able to skip all encounters in the subsequent rooms. So now everything's going to line up perfectly so that his step count resets and gives him a good value. And so we see a safety save from Sweden. Okay. You never know. You never know. Here we're gonna see some more extra steps on both Zen and Swed's side. Oh. That's why you do a different step count. We get the ether, that's for money. Ethers give very good money, so we definitely want to be picking up those if they're convenient. So here for this boss, we're gonna see two different strats. So what Sweat's gonna be doing is he's gonna be gun punching. The thing with this boss is annoying is that he's gonna counter every time you attack him. So what he's gonna be doing is he's gonna be using the guard ability on Knights. What guard does is it negates any physical damage, and since Galore is only gonna do physical damage, well, we can just negate it all with guard. And thus, when you Goblin Punch, it doesn't really matter that much, because, well, he's gonna counter us, but we can absorb all the damage with our right. What we're gonna be seeing on Zin's side, however, he's gonna try to use the Whip, which the Freelance can equip because he can equip anything, to paralyze Gorilla. So Whip has a 50% chance of paralyzing Gorilla. Once he's paralyzed, he won't counter, and Whip misses. I'm just jinxing everything today.
There we go. Second try, not bad.
Second try, that's not bad. That's good. Second try is good. Second try is still quite a bit faster than the standard strat. So now we can Goblin Punch as much as he wants. Galore won't counter. As you can see, Swed's close to dying because Galore can counter with Rush, which inflicts HP drain on you. And HP drain will, of course, make your HP dramatically decrease. Interesting thing to note is that when you have HP drain inflicted on one of your characters, one thing you want to absolutely avoid is waiting too long, because whenever your menu comes, because in this game, whenever your menu comes up, the game gives you a little buffer period where ATBs for other stuff stop, and you can input stuff. But that buffer period also accelerates the speed of HP drain, so you want to definitely try and avoid lingering too long that little buffer period when HP drain is active.
Yeah, that will also come important later when we employ HP leak ourselves to deal with enemies.
Right.
Because the only good thing about cover strats we're attempting to proc with paralysis is that ideally they will be very, very fast, at least I hope once we have compared my strat with Archeoaevis. But you need to do a lot of changing, more extra menus, but in the end it turns out to be worth it because the Byblos goes by so much faster. You save a lot from animations and not fiddling with the healing, and you also can deal damage a lot faster. So it's a very good strat. And I will see Silvera comes to help us one last time. Sadness follows.
Yeah, so we got some more jobs.
Well, on the Water Crystal, we obtained 5 more job classes, I believe. Berserkers, of course, a fan favorite, but regrettably they don't
Berserker
have
is going
much
to be one of the
application.
most useful class in the game, for sure.
Yeah,
We're going to be going
absolutely.
Quad Zerker as soon as we can. It's a really useful setup for Sandworm, especially. No, but one of the... I'm not too familiar with what Swed does again. I think he's going to be going Red Mage. Maybe some Blue Mage. Now, Zinfogel, however, is going to be grinding Time Mage AP right away. So we want to be... This is one of the things that's so good about FF5, is that we're going to be wanting to grind Quick as a secondary ability, so that's Diamond level 2. And we want to be able to grind that for the Underworld one, and so we need to start getting that AP immediately. So we're going to have Butts as a Time Mage for a lot of fights right here. So it's Swed. Right? So he's going to need haste. So we basically just need haste level 2 for a setup for a single boss later on. So this is, once again, the strict planning that goes into the route. So he's actually foregoing having a thief, which is a bit risky, but I guess it works. So we're both going to be they're both going to be grinding 2 Wild Knack fights. So they just give decent experience, but I mean the experience is actually more so useful than it is necessary. You can do the fights coming up without it, but it's definitely more, I'd say, more faster to get the experience.
It's using your best interest to help with survival and whatnot.
Yeah. Helps with damage output as well. But the main reason to do these in the first place is with a Go. Once again, we're gonna need to be grinding a lot of Go for ice rods and fire rods, etc. And so we want to be able to have a lot of money. And thus, these Wall Knights gives us a ton of money. So we want to be able to kill a few of them to benefit from the extra money they give us. So we're gonna be selling off a ton of our items. This shop actually has discounted prices listed. When you try to buy an item, the game pulls you out, but it actually lets you buy that singular item. So we took advantage of that to buy Fire Rod at a discounted price. So that just helps with the tight money route. So now we need to wait a bit for Sid to break open this wall. So as you can see, the lead has disappeared quite a bit. Zin's playing quite well, it seems. Congrats.
I am within my menus a little bit, but that is nothing compared to Swed. Swed is really good at this game.
Yeah.
So it's surprised I'm keeping up at all.
Yeah, Swed's a top runner. I have the second time, but I mean, I don't think I'm as good as Swed. Maybe as good at the most, but I'm definitely not better than him in terms of execution for sure. He's definitely on the next level with his inputs. Yeah, this is...
For the most part, I think I am keeping up solely from the better route alone. That is chopping out
for sure.
Execution.
Yeah,
execution.
the beginning of your route, or route, I guess, is much faster. And until World 1, you're gonna have a quite a good lead. In my PB, I did a slightly older route with the endgame where we didn't have as much mix. Nowadays, we have pretty much mix on every character for the endgame, so we can buff extremely fast. But before, we didn't have such an optimized route, and we had a much slower endgame. And so Swed's endgame is actually as good as ours in terms of the Japanese routing that he is borrowed from. So yeah, you're probably gonna be able to keep the lead until the end game where you won't be able to grasp ahead based on road alone, but still good job in keeping up, man.
For the most part, I just want to keep up the step manipulation.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. I'd say losing step at this point in the game would cost you about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's if you react well and know like what can happen and what formations appear in the different areas. Like if you're not too familiar with that, like someone who hasn't put work into routing the game would you'd have much more trouble and you could lose much more time if you don't know what can happen.
I guess that's one of the more intimidating aspects of attempting to learn FF5. The step
Yeah.
manipulation alone
The-
is...
I mean, the step
can
manip
be-
isn't
okay.
complex, I'd say, but it's strict. Like you, in this part of the game, you can't really take extra steps. That's pretty much the thing. Like if you take extra steps, you're in a very bad situation. It's not like other games where you have to like count or stuff like that. Like FF7, there's a lot of math going on where you have to keep track of how far ahead or behind you are. In FF7, you can get behind by like a slight amount, like 0.1 step if you're moving it slightly off. In this game, it's tile based, so if you're off by a specific amount of steps, and you did that because you made a mistake. And you actively know that you made a mistake. So as long as you keep track of how many steps you are off, if you make a mistake, you can get back relatively easily. I mean, the two ways of doing that are not doing extra steps where you would normally, that can fix it, or doing half steps to cancel out steps on the world map. But hopefully we won't be seeing any of that, because the runners will not make mistakes.
Ideally.
Yeah, because in a lot of places, an extra step in a dungeon can basically get you an extra encounter. And an extra encounter is what kills a step route, basically, because the tile count, as I like to call it, can be fixed rather easily. You can get back. You can save a billion steps on the world map if you want, and get back on step route. But the problem is the formation count. If you get a single extra encounter, then you're going to be off in formation count, and then all your formations will be off for the next fights, which means you won't be getting the fights you want to get, since you won't be able to grind on the correct fights, and you won't be able to learn the blue magic you want to learn. So that's not very good. So we're entering the steamship. We skip a lot of encounters in this place. You can see Sweat doing 6 steps there before entering the elevator. That's once again to skip a fight. Pretty much anytime you see us doing extra steps, like near a door or something like that, it's made to skip a fight. We just do enough steps that we need to be able to skip the fight when we leave the room. All the formation setup was done at the beginning of the game, actually. Before the first dungeon. Interesting enough.
This is the one spot in the entire game where our step routes will align. Because coincidentally, while I was routing this section, I happened to stumble upon the old step route.
Yeah, it's weird how this game is. This game has a lookup table that's referenced in both the tile calculations and the formation calculations. And well, you know, sometimes it repeats itself, so it can happen. Like all of the step routes tend to converge after the first boss, even, and sometimes they even converge as far as in this here. Like I've noticed that I've had multiple step routes converge only at the end of the game. Weirdly enough, that can happen as well. Yeah, little safety save. Liquid Flame could go terribly wrong. Guess that's the reasoning behind that. You never know. I mean, it takes no time, might as well. I think both runners are doing safety saves, so it's not a big deal. The Choco is slightly delayed, but I mean the delay's been disappearing a little bit. This is definitely extremely close. I'm glad to be able to watch this FF5 segment live, because this is extremely interesting with how close the two runners are. They're really neck and neck right now. And it's really going to come down to a little bit of RNG, but mainly execution, and who can keep step count. So Look of Flame. Okay, so this boss has 3 forms. He's going to start off as a human form. The human form is weak to Ice Rod, so bada bang, bada boom, we're going to use an Ice Rod. But then he can change into one of 2 forms. So we either have Tornado, which is what we want to see, or Hand. Hand, well, it can't be damaged by Ice Rods. So we're going to have to hit it to make it switch forms again. So let's see what Sweat gets. And Sweat gets Hand. Sweat's getting bad energy for the entire end.
He's getting destroyed right now. I got a tornado. Not bad, not bad.
So Tornado and Hand also gives you different drops. So Tornado gives you a... what does it give you again? Firebow. Yeah, and Firebow is what you want because it gives you a lot of money. And so we want to get that.
Yeah, you can make do with without the Firebow. The route is perfectly runnable that way, but it's just inconvenient because you gotta fix it somehow.
Yeah, yeah. I think Human drops a Flame Score, which is I think annoying because it kind of messes up your inventory control. Because you're gonna get a Flame Score later from Ifrit, and if it's already in a specific point in the inventory, it can kind of mess up the way you manage your inventory. Like, inventory management up to Magissa is definitely something that a lot of runners have a grasp on, but later it starts getting a bit fuzzy, because a lot of encounters can drop stuff, but sometimes not, or drop different items. So, generally, once they get past Gilgamesh 2, at about the 2-hour mark, they stabilize their inventory to the final setup for the rest of the game.
Alright, so coming up is the Karnak explosion sequence, and if you want to spear on FF5, you need a step manipulation at least up to this point, because there is the possibility of engaging random encounters, and the Carwen Castle encounters are pretty rough, to say the least, because you can escape from them easily. You got like a 1 in 255 chance of escaping or whatever.
Yeah.
Generally, it's something you don't want to see at all, and we don't have the strength or resources to engage in battle.
Yeah.
So if you don't have step manipulation, you gotta pray you don't get any random encounters throughout the entire castle. So it's really important that at least to this point we keep up the step manipulation.
Exactly. So yeah. So our chances of running away at the beginning of the game are pretty good. But as we move further into the game, we're going to start getting into encounters that are going to be difficult to run from, but thankfully, before that even starts becoming a problem, we're going to be able to have the escape ability from Thief. So that's a third ability that's really useful from Thieves, is that they have the escape ability. So it allows you to instantly run away from any battle with, like, no animation. Unlike Smoke, which the Ninja also gets, and we're actually going to be taking advantage of in a few places as sort of a backup, in case things go sour. Sort of a safety kind of thing, because we don't want to use that as our main running away tool, because the smoke animation is a bit slow, especially compared to escape. And at the end of the game, if we didn't have escape, we just simply wouldn't be able to run away from the extremely high level encounters we see in the final dungeons. So that's going to be one of the most useful abilities in the game.
Also, worth noting is when we first visited Carwen Castle, when we got thrown into prison, the step counter was actually running at that moment, so we had to be real careful with our movement at the time. It's because of this cutscene, specifically.
Yeah, so what's interesting to note is that the game doesn't tend to change flags for areas, so since the game has a flag here that says you can get encounters and step count advances, well, it's going to be set for the entire game, regardless of whether or not you can actually get encounters at that point in time. So we're going to get a few chests for money. I believe Sweat is going to be waiting slightly more chests, because this mini route requires a bit more money than we do. We're just going to get the left side of this upcoming room. There we go. A few more steps to skip encounters. We really want to skip encounters in this place because, as we mentioned before, they're pretty bad. So we got 4,000 gil total. That's a good amount of gil. We're gonna need to be buying some scrolls later on for our ninjas, which are gonna have access to thanks to the fire crystal jobs. And thunder scrolls and fire scrolls are gonna be our sort of next method of attack. Once ice rods aren't sufficient anymore, because ice rods do about as much damage as a thrown scroll, but they cost way more, so I'm going to be taking advantage of scrolls. One thing to note as well is that abilities in this game also modify your stats, so putting the ability Black Magic on someone will actually increase their MP and increase their magic stat, so that's going to be useful on ninjas, which we get right now. And so giving them Black Magic as an ability will allow them to do more damage with their Thunder Scrolls and whatnot. So we're going to be taking advantage of that fully. Thankfully, we got Black Magic at the very beginning of the game with Karlabos and whatnot. So we get our next set of jobs, minus Ranger and Bird. The useful jobs to note are Ninja, as I've talked extensively about, which is extremely useful for this upcoming hour of the game or so. They give very good damage for the level we're at. And the second most useful job is Mediator. Mediator is used in a couple key points mainly for catching enemies. So what catching does in this game is if you lower the enemy's health enough, you can catch it. And so catching an enemy allows you to release it later. And so depending on what enemy you catch, you get a different skill when you release it. So the Agers we're going to catch here allow us to use Rainbow Wind. So Rainbow Wind inflicts sap, and sap gradually drains HP. And so that's going to be useful on a boss later, where you can sort of do a very interesting strat thanks to sap.
I messed up a little bit, so I had to delay my catch. We're good now, we're good. Okay. So we don't even need to finish the battle, the only thing we're interested in is capturing the gear, so we have access to the release skill.
Right, and so
every monster has a unique skill, and what we want off of the gear is Rainbow Wind, which will come into play in a very, very important boss battle later.
Right. Probably the most interesting boss battle in World 1, in my opinion. Definitely a very technical fight. And a fight that can go bad in a lot of ways if you're not experienced with it. You definitely have to be able to react to the different patterns the boss has. But we'll come to that later.
If you haven't seen FF5 experience in like a year or so, trust me, the route has been updated to fully abuse gameplay mechanics.
So Sweat's coming up on Ifrit. So one thing to note is that Sweat probably doesn't actually have a lead, because he does the Ager fight later. So he's going to be doing it after Library, so we can't really compare at this point. Something to keep in mind. So Ifrit, weak to ice.
I am forced to do the Ager encounter prior to the Library because my formations don't line up very well if I don't.
Right. Because we're going to be getting a few encounters in the Library, so if your formation chain doesn't line up before, you can just get it after, hopefully. Depending on how your step is routed. So Ifrit, fire boss, weak to ice. Guess what, we have ice rods. Guess what we're gonna use? It's that simple. That's what I meant by cheesing every boss out. Like, we cheese every single boss in the game. Because this game, with its mixing and matching of jobs and abilities, allows you to really take advantage of the optimal strats for each boss. So we're definitely going to be trying to kill each boss as fast as possible. But as time goes on, we're going to have more planning in advance, because we need specific abilities for later bosses. And we need to think about what abilities we need for later bosses already now, at this point in the game. So we're going to be using specific jobs, not necessarily because they're faster on the fight itself, but because the AP that we get for them is going to be useful later. Which is why we see Butts as a time mage. Like, he's not going to be actually casting any time magic at this point in time, but we're going to need the AP on him so we can cast time magic as a secondary ability later. So here we're going to navigate the library, we get the stealth rope. Stealth rope, I believe we get for money at this point in the game. And then we're going to be encountering an encounter with page 64. So page 64 has the blue magic level 5 doom. So at this point in time, Lena is level 5 and a blue mage. So what we want to see from him is him casting level 5 doom and it hitting Lena. And when it hits Lena, she's going to die, and we're going to learn the spell. So there we go, a hit for Sweat. Pretty quick, that's nice. And so the interesting thing about fights at the library is that when you kill an enemy, it doesn't actually end the fight. It goes to the next enemy in a sequence. So there's 2 to 3 enemies per fight. But by catching, we can bypass the switching into the next phase, next sequence of enemies. So we're going to be taking advantage of catch. And one other thing that's coincidentally useful is that page 64 is one of the enemies that just gives a generic attack when you catch it and release it. But the generic attack actually has a very small range of damage it can do. So we can use that consistent amount of damage for setup for the infamous fight we're going to use Rainbow Wind, because we want to be able to control the exact HP of the boss very well for that fight, which is what makes it so technical. Zin getting a bit of bad luck in that fight, but still very into it. So we're gonna hit Byblos. Okay, Byblos kills someone, that's a bit rare, but happens. So Byblos is weak to fire. You can guess the strat. But yeah, these are the last of the rounds we're really gonna be using. And so there goes Byblos. Sadly, since someone died, he can't do inventory management during the monologue here. Otherwise, this would be a very good time to take advantage of and do some inventory management. Hopefully Zen can get a bit better luck and do that, but we'll see. Like, keep in mind that Sweat's not actually ahead. We'll see once he catches the Aegir. If he does. Of course.
It's a good thing I got a billion Phoenix now, so I got my early game battles went very, very well.
Yeah, for sure. And getting the extra safety one means that you definitely have more than enough. Magic Hammer, that's good. MP isn't too impactful really at this point. You want actually MP to be able to res Lena with a life, but I mean that MP management is done by the time we get into this fight, so Magic Hammer isn't that important. We also have Lena as a summoner because we want to be able to have summoner as a secondary ability. So we're just going to be grinding that AP in advance. And since there's so many jobs that can break route in this game, you can definitely take advantage of that diversity in jobs to be able to grant some AP for later fights. So Sweat out of the library, should be getting into an Aegir fight soon, and gonna be grinding the health down on that enemy to be able to catch it and release it later for a boss fight. Seriously, so what's up? Gonna throw a knife that gives consistent damage. You don't want to overkill this guy, you want to be a bit moderate so that you don't actually end up killing him. You just want to do enough damage so you can catch him. There we see the catch from Sweden. Didn't get the runner out before getting hit, that's not a huge deal, but a little bit of time loss. So as you can see, Sweat's a little bit ahead. And so now they both caught the Aegir, so we can actually compare their times. So Sweat's a little bit ahead. Nothing major. I'd say over like 20 seconds.
You never know with this game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the RNG is slowly diminishing, but there's still a few points that can be bad.
Yeah, from this point forward, it's up to player execution, how good your round is going.
Yeah, really.
How good your round is going to turn out.
I'd say the first hour into Liquid Flame can be pretty RNG heavy. Like, even the best runners can have a variance of about a minute or so. And then Goblin Punch can just completely destroy your pace if it wants to, give you like a 25 try or whatever. She's just unlucky. Then Page 64 level 5 Doom, that can be a bit random as well. But we're definitely entering the phase of lesser RNG. The main stepping stone would be Archeoaevis. He can give you some bad patterns as well. And then, well, we'll get to Wind Spear once we get to Wind Spear. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that today. But that can happen.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah. Then once we enter World 2, the second half of the game, there's really... I wouldn't go as far to say there's not much gameplay left, but the game definitely isn't as dense as this hour right here. Like, this hour after Karlabos is extremely dense. Definitely, like, the highlight of the run, in my opinion. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and there's a lot of RNG. Second half of the game is much less RNG, really. A few fights can be bad, but it's more so extraordinary RNG can make you lose time. But it should always go relatively the same way based on your execution.
Okay, here we're gonna get our first rail bicycle mode of transportation, which is the steamship, and we should talk a little bit about movement on the ocean. It can be confusing for the fact that there's a lot of water. It's difficult to distinguish landmarks on how to move around, but more importantly, there's a huge chunk of the ocean, huge square that doesn't register steps. So it's important for the step manipulation that we learn where this huge square is and navigate it properly to execute our step routes.
Yeah, I think with your step route, you want to stay in it as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So what step route? I think he's going to stay in just a little bit. I don't believe he's going to be getting a encounter for grinding. I believe you're going to be getting a little encounter that you can kill very quickly, just to solidify your levels a little bit before the upcoming bosses. Because the bulk of the grinding, because I think every single route is going to have to pass through a little bit of grinding in World 1 before going to World 2. In World 2, there are two bosses really where your HP count is really important, and that would be Gilgamesh 2 and the crystals. And they both hit you on physical attacks, so there's not much you can do to avoid them, and you can't really kill them before they can get those attacks off. So you just need to have a certain amount of HP to survive, and thus you need to be able to grind a certain amount of levels. Like level 7 as we are right now isn't just not going to cut it for those bosses. Thankfully, in World 1 there are very good tools to grind, that is, mini dragons and black flames. So black flames give you a ton of AP and a good amount of EXP. Mini dragons, whilst being a little bit harder to encounter, give you a ton of EXP, just an absolute mountain of EXP. So, one of the older routes would grind them immediately, and that gives you some advantage for your Sandworm and a couple of the other bosses coming up. But it's better to grind them later, because the problem is that one of the major grinds for AP in this game is going to be Mix on Chemist. So we want as much AP as we possibly can get for Mix on Chemist, because we want to get it very early. And we don't have enough AP with just the mandatory fights to get it, so we're going to be taking advantage of some grinding that's very convenient for us. So by pushing the Mini Dragon grind for EXP later, we can also take benefit from the AP it gives, and direct that towards our Chemist. And so that's going to be very essential.
Oh, by the way, the round has a little bit of history with Black Flames. On previous iterations of FFI, we have we not only grinded Black Flames, we also needed a specific blue magic skill from them called Dark Shock. And for all Dark Shock enthusiasts out there, regularly it's no longer a thing in the root. We managed to remove it because it was far too inconsistent, and instead we kill bosses through power methods.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Dark Shock, at this point, with the speed at which we can buff, Dark Shock itself is slower in the fight. It's not even a question of it takes too much time to get, it's just simply slower in the fights where you'd use it, because of how fast we're able to buff, with some new creative strategies, right? And the other thing with Dark Shock is that we essentially replace getting Dark Shock with getting Mix as early as possible, because there are a few bosses where we use Dark Shock where you now can use Mix to kill them faster. Notably, Bridge, but we'll talk about that later. So as you can see, Swed's making careful use of the landmarks here to make sure not to take a little error with the step count. This is the place where you can easily use step count. A lot of beginners make mistakes with the step count because they don't know where the encounterless tiles are in the game. So Swed's going to be grinding a little Black Flame fight here. This can be throwing a Flame Scroll. As you can already see the power of ninjas is right here. Just instant shouting these Black Flames. So Zen coming up on his little fight as well. So we get into a little encounter here. I believe both players are still right on step count, so that's good. There's not that much left to be able to get mini dragons on time and on step, so they should be able to pull that off for that at least. As for the rest of the game, we'll see. Time will tell. Good black chocobo catch from Swed. That guy's a bit of a pain to catch. He only has a small amount of movement pattern, so it's pretty easy to sort of predict where he's going to go.
The main thing you can do is that if you move, if you run into the chocobo and use the right frame, you can actually face through the chocobo.
Yeah, that's the
You
problem.
just did it right there. What a pain.
Still a pretty fast catch. It's not that bad. So here we're going to be passing by Licks. So we talked about scrolls before. Licks is the place to go if you want to buy scrolls. So we're going to be buying a ton of scrolls, pretty much stockpile for the rest of the game. And there's definitely a couple fights, mini fights actually, coming up. We're going to be going through a lot of scrolls. In fact, most of our stock is going to be purged right here. You can see I'm selling a few items for money, and then buying some scrolls. So that's going to be his entire stock for the rest of the game. It's going to be enough. Most of that's going to be used on the upcoming fights. Here we see Zen right behind going into the shop. Sure, they're going to make their way back to the library, and we're going to go back in here to advance the story a tiny bit, and then move on to the next boss, which is going to be Sandworm. So this is one of the few games where water and ice are separate elements. So water scrolls are one of the few ways you can do water elemental damage. The other way being Aquaric, which is just takes way too long to get, so we don't even bother.
It's not really that enemies have an innate water elemental weakness. They are usually marked as desert-type enemies, and that quality gives them, like, makes them receive quadruple damage to water.
Yeah.
So it's pretty insane.
Yeah, desert enemies are super weak to water. So you can see Sweat moving the black chocobo a little bit for his step count. Just saves a few steps to do it that way. So Sandworm, he has 3000 HP. The gimmick with that fight is that there is Sandworm in 2 holes. And if you attack one of the holes, you're gonna get countered with Demi. So the thing is that we only have AoE attacks as our main force of damage, that is Water Skulls, as you may have guessed because of Sandworm being a desert creature, and Water Skulls are gonna do a ton of damage to him. The only downside is that we're gonna get countered by Demi, but it's worth the time loss to just be able to reach Water Skulls. There isn't really a good way of damaging without grinding something better.
Alright. I got a little bit of a whiff with my step manipulation, but we should be good, I think.
Okay. Are you back on tile, or?
I think so. Yikes. Well, it's fine. We go through the worst of the game already, anyway.
Oh, I mean, you still have mini dragons.
Yeah, but... resetting a billion times on Karnak certainly helps.
It's weird to see a couple water scroll throws from Sweden. And down goes the worm. Is he right behind with his own fight? So now this desert's a bit tricky to navigate. Be a bit careful, because step does count, of course, in this area. Sid's grinding a few fights for EXP in his route. So Swed's off to the ancient ruins. So the gimmick here is you have to trigger a few cutscene triggers. The fastest way of doing it is just going to that point there and triggering the king. That allows you to advance the cutscene to this point.
We got a few scenes coming up, mostly development. We finally found King Tycoon. We've been chasing him through the past couple hours of the game. You were wondering what we were doing?
Mm-hmm. So are you back on Tile formation? Or?
Yeah, not formation, I don't think, but I am certainly back on my step manipulation. At least I can salvage one mini dragon encounter, but I have a hunch Ramo will ruin me again. Oh well.
Where'd you get the encounter?
Kind of lost track of myself during the ocean. I needed it kind of spiraled out of control afterwards. That's fine. So the thing about FFI is that you can perfectly execute the game without step manipulation. It's just, it makes the game so much faster.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, one main dragon's good enough, I guess, but I think your step route, you aim for the two that are next to each other, so if you get an extra formation, they're going to be shifted by one, then you're only going to be able to get one after reset. It's a shame, but it's okay.
So coming up is Cray Claw. You might have noticed that we were doing... We had a lot of shopping management, money management in general, just to keep up with our shopping detours and whatnot. It's at this point of the game where we can attempt to fix our money count permanently, because there is a glitch called item duping, and Cray Claw used to be pivotal a pivotal moment of item duping, because you can underflow a stack of items and then quote-unquote infinite amount of items on top of it. So with Cray Claw, what we could do is underflow coral swords and get 255 of them, which sell for a lot of cash, and basically set us up for the remainder of the game very easily.
Right.
But for the particular route we'll be using, it's called the Dragon Power route, and we'll be delaying our item duping until a battle further into the game.
Mm-hmm. Because the problem with Cray Claw and using the dupe there is that the item you dupe with is to say coral swords have no use besides money. So it's sort of unoptimal to do it that way. But later what we're going to be doing is we're going to both be duping an item that's useful in itself and that's useful for money. So you're going to be taking out two birds with one stone that way. So it's definitely more optimal to do it that way. So, as Sandworm is weak to water, Cray Claw and a lot of upcoming bosses are going to be weak to thunder. So, a strategy we're going to be using is with our ninjas, which have a black as a secondary ability, as I mentioned before, that boosts their magic a little bit. So what we're going to be doing is throwing some thunder scrolls. And there we go, pretty quick fight. That was a boss.
Yeah, Cray Claw is pretty forgettable now that we are not duping on him. Poor guy.
Zen coming up on Cray Claw himself. So we have to trigger a few cuts and triggers in this part of the game. So first we have to trigger this town here. We're gonna see this town that we just visited rise up and turn into a gigantic flying fortress. We're gonna have to siege that at some point. And then we go back to the airship base. It's very hard to position the airship in precise places because of how fast you move. If I remember correctly, it was 2 frames per tile, if I'm not mistaken.
Yikes, that sounds really fast. It was 4 frames.
Ah, 4, okay.
Yeah, frame rate is at 5. I thought it was 60.
60.89.
Nice.
Or something. Yeah, it's like 60.1 is total. And so we're coming up on one of the most difficult bosses in the game. Definitely a very tricky boss. It is Adamantium. So Adamantium is level 20. And the problem with being level 20 in this game is that level 20 is a multiple of 5. And we have level 5 Doom. So I think you can pretty much figure with that information what we're going to do for Adamantium.
You can build an accurate picture of that. In general, having a multiple of 5 per level is pretty important in this game.
Right. And even if the boss doesn't inherently have a level of 5, we can make it so that it does. Through various methods. Death by math, if you will.
For my route, I never actually finished the block command on Faris, so I'm gonna do that real quick on Timmy over here.
So here comes Timmy for Sweden. He's gonna weigh out attacks in his route. Level 5 Doom. Shabam. Easy boss. Completely free. So yeah, he's one of the bosses that just inherently level 5. Or multiple level 5, so... he's not going to survive too long. I think that's the only boss we fight that's just straight up level 5. Other bosses where we're going to be using Death by Math are going to take some more creative sit-ups, so... get lucky for that. So Zen is actually using a safer setup, so what he's doing is he's hasting Gluff before Timmy can get a turn, and thus can level 5 Doom him before he even gets a turn off. A bit faster, a bit safer as well, because if he kills your 2 active blue mages, it can be really bad. So yeah, so now we move on to the Flying Fortress. So we bought a ton of Thunder Skulls, mainly for this dungeon, really, because we're going to be having to fight 4 sets of rockets and flame cannons, which are guarding the boss, which is Soul Cannon. And Soul Cannon himself is a boss that has a ton of HP, and so you're going to be trying to drain through that as fast as possible with our Thunder Skulls, but, you know. So here we're off. So we got the adamantium in order to be able to get the airship to the height where this fortress is. So here we're going to be fighting a few fights. First we're going to set our jobs to Ninja with secondary ability black. Once again, that's to boost our magic power, because your secondary ability actually affects your stats. So by having black as a secondary ability, we have higher stats. So flame cannons were diverted to Thunder Skulls. The rockets, though, have a bit more HP, and they have a small chance of not dying. Though I believe with Swed's experience route, he's going to have a bit more experience, and thus will not be able to underdamage them, but there's still a small chance. With Zin's route, there's going to be a little bit of a higher chance for him to underdamage them, so we'll see. So the last rocket fight for Swed, I believe the second one for Zin. Definitely still a pretty close race.
Yeah, that might change soon if my boy Ramo decides to play a BC.
Yeah. Either way, keep in mind that the routines have been balanced so that it's expected that Swed will gain a bit of time in Zinfogel just based on their PBs. So it's not detrimental at all for the team balance if one of them gains a lead. In fact, that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, regrettably I won't be able to wipe out a double weird this relay maybe next time.
Yeah, no. I think it's already too late. Like, right? We're already too far behind. So, he has 2 parts. We take out the back parts with a couple of Thunder Skulls, and then we just keep spamming them for the rest of the fight. Swed doing an interesting strat where he's going to use Haste on Lena, because that's a bit faster. He also needs the AP with his route for time range. Well, so in our route, we're going to need the AP with Thief on Ferris, so we can't really afford a time range there. So we can quick work through this boss who has over 20,000 health just by Thunder Skulls alone.
Yeah, the point of using haste is having one of your characters use Thunder Scrolls more often, and that skips a few dialogue boxes from Soul Cannon.
Yeah, a bit faster.
By the way, the reason Faris is been working so much on Thief AP, if she's been active basically for every battle thus far, is because we want to gain the dash skill, so we don't necessarily need to have a Thief on the party in order to run outside of battle, and that helps when you have a step manipulation to keep track of where random encounters are going to happen.
So in Swed's step, he's going to do a billion steps here, and he's going to be avoiding a billion encounters as well. Overall, this step is like routed for extreme safety, so just get as little encounters as possible. But doing so many steps in this case is a bit slower, because when routing the step route, you have to make a decision between taking a lot of steps to avoid encounters and also avoiding to take a ton of steps, because taking steps does take time, obviously, so skipping encounters isn't always faster. But the thing to take into account, well, and it gets very hectic, because how many steps you take at one point can affect how many steps you'll have to take later. So it can become very difficult and complex to try and route out the effects of one part of the manipulation on the upcoming parts.
When routing a step route for this game, you generally want to keep in mind that if you take a random encounter somewhere, it's not the end of the world. You have Thief for backup and escape at this point.
Right.
Yeah,
I'd
so
say
if you're taking a billion steps in order to dodge encounters, it might not be the most optimal thing. Unless, of course, it gives you a better formation or whatever for there.
Right. If I remember correctly, I think it's 24 steps to an encounter, basically. So if you have to do about 30 steps to skip an encounter, it's not worth it. So Swed's gonna be going to this little... or not? Okay, well... yeah, Swed's doing a little bit of a manip there where he exits the screen just to avoid all encounters. But as you can see, Zen gained a little bit of time, because his step route took a few encounters, but he did way less steps, so...
Yeah, I can make a beeline straight to the boss, basically.
So, this is a very interesting strat. So, one thing about Archeoaevis that's very special is that he has 5 different forms. So essentially, this fight is 5 different fights in one. And so his first form has 1600 health. So one interesting property of Sap is that if an enemy dies to a Sap, their AI doesn't react very well. So what we're going to be trying to do is get him as close to 1600 health as possible. And so then once he's at 1600 health, we inflict Sap on him with Rainbow Wind from the releasing of the Asia we caught earlier. And so when he dies to Sap, he's not going to change into the next form. In fact, the fight's just going to end right there, which allows us to skip the 4 subsequent forms, which is very crucial and very, very good. Saves a lot of time.
Alright, go game.
And GG for Zen. Yeah, that fight can be very ugly if he attacks you. Didn't get too good RNG for Zen, but still pulled through, reacted well. Yes, Sweat's getting bad luck. If he can. You're waiting to see what he does. It's a smart choice on his part. I'm not sure if he got the Rainbow Wind off yet. Okay, good. You want everyone to survive that fight for AP reasons. You need Tame on Varus and Lena, which requires 10 ability points, and that fight conveniently gives you 10 ability points. And so, although Lena already has Tame, she's gonna need AP for Control later on.
After the battle, I set up Galo as a thief, and that is twofold, because we need a thief, of course, to have dash speed through the small range up to the air crystal, but more importantly, due to storyline reasons, Galo is going to leave the party, and we want him to leave the party as a thief, because even though he is not there, his passive skills will remain with our party as we engage on
the only passive skill
world
that doesn't remain is dash. Otherwise, like stuff like passages and stuff like that will remain, actually. So the fact that Glyph is a thief will mean we'll be allowed to skip hidden passages, which is actually not important at all. What's important is the ability to not get back attacked. So since we're going to be doing some grinding in this segment, having Glyph as a thief means that we can't get back attacked during the grind, because getting back attacked by main dragons is something that would be completely devastating. So even though Glyph is in our party, we can still use him and put him to good use.
The reason I was able to catch up is the better step manipulation I have for this dungeon.
So Blue Sweat's still on his step route. I believe formation count as well. I believe you're off by 1 formation, which isn't devastating, but you're probably gonna have to reset for mini dragons. Still, good job on keeping this right.
I am actually 3 formations behind. I'm pretty sure I can still get 1 mini dragon, but Ramu...
3 formations behind? Wait. Did you say 3? Wait, I don't think that's... Wait, let me pull up my spreadsheet.
No, don't worry, I tested this before. I am pretty sure I can still get another mini dragon with my step route.
I think you might get 2.
Really?
Let me pull up this sheet, man.
Let's see, my formation is... 1 mini dragon, 1 black flame and golem, and then 2 mini dragons.
Where is my spreadsheet, man?
And I'm pretty sure I am on the 5th mini dragon at the moment.
This cuts into too long, so I have time to sift. Okay, there we go. Found the sheet. So... Wait, so you said main dragon, black flame?
Yep.
Okay. Oh my, you're gonna get too many dragons, dude.
No way.
Yes. Yeah, the third encounter after the first mini dragon.
Yikes.
Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna get... Yeah, you have to... You're a genius, man.
Druid is here.
All part of the plan, man.
Well, usually when I am one formation behind, I purposefully get another formation because I know they'll get me a couple mini dragons, but I have no idea what comes afterwards.
Because one formation behind gives you mini dragon black flame, right?
Yeah.
Two formation behind gives you black flame mini dragon. 3 gives you mini dragon. I think, yeah. Oh my god.
The only way this can go wrong is if I am actually 4 formations behind, but we'll see.
Yeah, 4 formations behind will give you mini dragon Ramu. Oh boy. So, do you know your backups for magic dragons late game?
Yeah, no worries. I got the monk bomb stride.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I hope I'm right. And I'm looking at this right. But yeah. Wow. As far as 5, we're going to be hitting the halfway mark pretty soon. See, the halfway mark is about entering World 2. That's when we're near the halfway mark. We're nearing the end of World 1 right now. Just have a bit of grinding to do, and a couple more bosses, and then we'll be done with World 1, and thus I've reached the halfway point of FF5.
Well, just as a reminder, the reason we are grinding right now, even though Galo is not on the party, so he's missing out on a lot of experience and AP, we want to grind so we have a chemist. We can start working on chemist AP, and a big component of the Dragon Power rule is that we need mix very early, kind of taking from Japanese strats.
Alright, so this is probably one of the longer cutscenes in the game. Takes a while to mash through this one.
Yeah, I think Sweat also does a different grinding method.
I think he's gonna do 5 black flames, yeah. But the thing is that gives him, yeah. He also did a few EXP fights before for Goluf. We're actually gonna be doing something I'm actually really proud of. It's something subtle we never thought of, but we're getting to there once we get to the Muko River a bit later. It's actually a very efficient way, but you wouldn't think of grinding that way, necessarily. Yeah, so here we should be getting to the moment of truth where we see if my prediction is right.
The formation lottery, what does it have for us?
Yeah. I think you're gonna get too many dragons, but I can't guarantee it. But
Yeah.
looking at my...
I may be misremembering as well. But I can tell for certainty that I have extra encounters. This is not my step manipulation.
Right. But yeah, if you're correct, because Black Flame plus Golem is the rare encounter in the forest, and 334 only happens at that specific point. So if that's true, what you're telling me, then you will get too many dragons if you're 3 behind. But you could be more behind, who knows? But yeah. That's what I mean by formation chain, is that we know there's basically just a list of formations that'll happen, so we're gonna get uncommon at this point, I believe. And uncommon is mini dragons, and we want mini dragons. They give a ton of XP, good amount of AP. And yeah, so we do them now instead of earlier, just so that we can get some chemist AP from the mini dragons, as well as the XP they give. So just more of the 2 birds, 1 stone mentality. That's a lot of what goes optimizing around like this. Just making the most of the fights we have to do. and making the most of the extra grinding we do. So Sweat's also going to be grinding Black Flames, whilst Zen is going to be grinding Wind Dragons. Small difference, Sweat's going to be grinding a bit more Black Flames, but he's going to be getting more AP from that as well.
Okay, we got 1 mini dragon. 1 mini dragon confirmed.
Okay, so either you're going to get Ramu or you're going to get another one.
Yeah, Ramu. Wait, I've had quite a bit of a history with Ramu on marathons. I've literally never had a marathon where Ramu has not appeared, so
Okay.
I don't expect this to be any different.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! We got it,
What?
boys. We are in step route.
I told you, dude. I told you.
Yes, yes. Let's go.
Congrats, dude.
Finally, not a turn break. Oh my gosh, let's go. Also, pardon
told
the
you.
noises in the background.
I told you. I told you to
Wait,
get
son.
2, man. I told
Yeah.
you.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that actually worked out.
Congrats. Congrats, man.
It was all planned and carefully calculated, of course.
No step route, no problem. So we're gonna be spraying Swed, a little bit of Black Flames. He's gonna be grinding some more Black Flames. The advantage of that is he gets more AP. So we actually don't have enough AP for Chemist as it stands, so we're gonna be grinding more fights in World 2. But, I'll explain that more once we get to the fights we're gonna be grinding on. But Swed's gonna be all done once he finishes these Black Flames. He's also gonna end up with a bit more HP than us, so that's nice. As far as version differences, we haven't really covered them that much, but we're playing with the SNES version. The GBA version does have auto dash, as well as the PSX version. The PSX version is identical, pretty much, besides slower load times and auto dash. So yeah. And in the GBA version and the PSX version, the dash also stacks. So you can have dash from the get-go, and also double that speed with the Thief, and move at incredible speeds. As far as glitches go, the GBA version doesn't have any glitches in RTA. As far as stats goes, there has been some development on some frame-perfect glitches, including item duplication and glitch exclusive to GBA, which allows you to create new items based on a very complicated meta. But that's stuff that isn't really viable in RTA for the moment, and really hasn't been exploited that much in TASs as well. So maybe one day we'll see it happen, but for the moment, GBA would still be a glitchless run, which is gonna be interesting for sure. That's definitely a more popular category in Japan and their communities. Glitches and especially glitches BS1 active is a much more optimized category for them. A lot of the ideas came initially from them, but I think at this point we have a route that's sort of our own. So here we're gonna get Chimera Brain. So we're gonna be taming him. So we got tame from Archeoaevis. And so we're going to be throwing an empty slot. So we equipped the dagger there, and so he has an empty slot. He threw the empty slot, so that slot has decreased, so now it's a negative slot. And he's going to throw that empty slot again. So at the same time, we're keeping Chimera under check by using Tame. And at the same time, we're also throwing an empty slot. So now he's thrown the empty slot twice. Now he's going to try and steal Dragon Fang. So that's... He has 2 steals actually. The rare steal has a 3% chance of popping. And he does not want to see the rare steal. He wants to see a Dragon Fang stolen from him.
The error still has a 3% chance of happening, so it would be quite important if that were to occur.
Right. But yeah, he's just keeping Chimera Brain under check. He didn't get the first try steal, sadly. But yeah, trying again for Dragon Fang. No luck, it seems. But at this point, he has him under check. He can try as many times as he wants.
I got a feeling we got a good item out of this, according to the game. Because it is taking a while, regardless.
I mean, it should be a 40% chance to steal.
So we need a thing there.
It should be a 40% chance to steal, but... Jesus, man. I've never seen this before. I've never... What?
I'm pretty sure the only way this is plausible is if I got a wind spear instead.
No, didn't. No. You didn't get a wind spear.
Oh no, Dragon Fangs! No way!
What
This is just the worst RNG of all my life.
Was that like 10th try steal?
Yeah, it's something preposterous. I don't even care. That was just garbage.
Well, you got the dragon fangs.
At least it's not a wind spear, guys. So we're in the clear. We're in the clear. Yeah, it's so
Well,
terrible.
that's...
Alright, after the obtaining our Dragon Fangs, we now have a nearly infinite, quote-unquote infinite supply of items that we can sell for some really nice surplus of money.
So, despite having duped 99 of them, that doesn't make the route easy in terms of skill or Dragon Fang management. Because we're going to be having a near exact amount of Dragon Fangs to use, as well as a very tight guild count, as we've seen in previous marathons. This route. Before it was fully optimized. So Dragon Fangs are very good. So what they do is that they're a very powerful mix item. So mix is the chemist's ability, allows them to combine two items together to create an effect. So the main effect we're going to be using is Dragon Power. That is a Dragon Fang and a potion. So what that does is it boosts a character's level by 20. And so the main attack we're going to be using for the rest of the game now that we have access to Samurai is Guild Toss. And Guild Toss scales with your level. So by increasing a level with a Chemist Mix Dragon Power, you also increase the damage Guild Toss does. And so we're going to be using Dragon Power as a main buff tool to be able to increase our Guild Toss damage and thus kill bosses very fast. Because we're going to be able to buff to the point where we can do max damage after a round or two. And that's very essential for mini fights. And definitely going to be one of our main strategies from here on. And they also sell for good money. So we sold the majority of them, but we kept a small minority, the 21 or so, that we're going to be able to use for the upcoming fights. It's a shame we lost like, what, a minute and a half to stealing, but hey. So Titan is interesting in the fact that he has a death counter, which is Earthshaker. And Earthshaker just destroys your team with all those we have. So to avoid the death counter, Swed is going to be using a Dragoon, or we used a Dragoon, and jumped over it to be able to skip it. So we're going to be using a different strat in this fight. What we're going to be using is Remora. So Remora temporarily paralyzes an enemy, but as with most heavy type monsters, that is to say bosses, it only lasts a certain amount of time, so we need to use Remora and then immediately kill them. And we skip the death counter entirely. And this advantage, gives us the advantage of being able to keep AP from this fight. So we use the AP on Chemist and on Mediator. So that's very neat to be able to do that.
For my route, I am still battling to get mix on Bart, so that Swed, because of all the black planes he's grinded,
yeah,
pretty much done.
Swed grinded so much that he doesn't have to do it on Titan. I mean, the thing is that like a lot of the tricks to gain more AP in this game are really just like nifty and like sort of things you wouldn't think about, like very odd stuff. Like using Remora isn't something you wouldn't think about inherently. And then the next trick to gain AP efficiently is something that's more so just something you could realize eventually, but it's not something you would think of as a go-to let's get AP solution. In fact, like the way we used to grind AP in World 2 was object darts, because they get like a solid 8 AP per fight, and they don't level 5 Doom, so you'd think they'd be very efficient to grind on. The problem is that they die very slow to level 5 Doom. So we have a much better way of grinding AP in level 2, because we're still missing about 6 AP or so. Plus the mandatory AP that we're going to be getting for Chemist with the boss fights that are in World 2, before we need it. because we're going to be needing mix in about half an hour or so. And so that's the deadline for mix, and that's where a lot of our AP grinding goes towards. In fact, most of our AP grinding at the end of World 1 and World 2 is going to go towards getting mix on bots.
The latest rule of this game is primarily repurposing the mid game, so we mix AP without having extra encounters. We only do it with mandatory ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just grind on main dragons, which are essentially a mandatory counter just because of you need a certain amount of XP to survive a specific amount of fights. That is to say, Gilgamesh 2 and crystals. You just need a certain amount of XP to survive them, really. So you just have to grant something at some point. So the mini dragons are essentially a mandatory part of the route. And because they're the most efficient way to gain XP in the game, really.
Yeah, we were thinking about skipping mini dragons altogether, actually, but it's just a bad idea. Especially because of our good friend Gilgamesh. We'll explain why it's the case as it comes.
So we triggered this fight by using a tent, triggers a small cutscene. And this fight we just want to die as fast as possible because it's scripted on this one. So we just equip a knife and then kill ourselves. I don't know what exactly the ear shred is.
Yeah, just commit seppuku essentially.
Hurricane, that's nice.
Yeah, because I have a knife instead of a dagger, this is the one spot where having one over the other matters. If the abductor hits me with low damage rolls, then I might not be able to kill myself with a knife attack. It's very uncommon if that happens. Since Hurricane sets me on critical HP anyway. Dude, I am still flabbergasted. The Dragon Fang steal, that was insane.
That was... I haven't seen that many steals ever. Like, I know we say, oh, I haven't seen that ever, but I mean, that was just truly atrocious, because it's a 40%, so really you should be able to get it within 3 steals easily.
Yeah,
and I think that was 9 or 10.
About running the mathematics on that to get the probability of that happening.
I think that was, what, 10? I mean, I can remember that.
Yeah, something like that. 10 to 11 misses.
Can run that real quick.
And now Galo has reunited. Because we grind without Galo from the party, then he's going to take a hit on his experience, but it probably doesn't matter too much because the other characters can make up for his damage.
To get a 10th try steal, or to miss 10 times, is 0.6%. So you were more likely to get wind spears than you were to miss that many times. Thankfully it was the latter. Thankfully it was the latter, and not the former. And you didn't get wind spears, because wind spears essentially means you can't use dragon fangs. The entirety of the round kind of falls apart, and you have to default back to Samson power, which only gives you plus 10 levels. Which means that every single boss fight is going to be different. So, I mean, people have done it. Arius Valar actually has a backup route for the game, in case he gets wind spears, and he has PB'd with it once. Thankfully, we didn't see any wind spears today. That's just... it's a worst case scenario in Railthons, really. That's something you don't want to see. Like, I mean, you can default back to it, but it's like a couple minutes lost because of how much slower boss fights are going to be.
Well, the reason Galo being low level matters is because Giltos' formula is based on level as well. So the lower level we are, if we cannot increase it through chemis mixes, then it's going to hurt us if we want to deal immediate damage with Giltos.
Right, so that
for the most part we calculated the battle, so even though Galo is low level, he can still help in battles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Gilgamesh 2, which is coming after Music Hype, is one of those fights that's sort of an HP check. He will just do like a constant flow of physical damage, and if we don't have enough HP, we're just not going to be able to survive it. So that's where the EXP grind comes into play. That and another fight, the Crystal, is coming later. So Sword is a theoretical. I mean, that's not very optimal. That's actually just sort of an artifact from the Japanese route. Because the Japanese route, he borrowed a lot of ideas from it. Most of them are pretty good. It was glitchless, and that when you need to manage your money a lot tighter. So you can't just Guild Toss as liberally as we do in this run. And Guild Toss if you, I guess, use this money. But thankfully we have a good amount of money. Like, we don't have an infinite amount, we have a good amount. Comfortable amount to work with thanks to the Dragon Fang glitching. So Guild Toss is gonna be like the main strategy for the rest of the game. Guild Toss was buffing. Certain fights it doesn't work that well, and we use some secondary strategies. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be a primary theme for the rest of the run. So I believe you don't do Void strats, right?
No, I stay with him.
Okay, yeah. So Void sets mute to everybody, and this stops Gilgamesh from casting his spells. Which makes the fight a bit safer. So, Sweat went through that fight just fine. Gilgamesh gives no AP, so doesn't really matter if anyone's dead. At this point, we've also bought a good stock of Phoenix Downs, so if people die, it's okay. But funnily enough, at this point in the game, people don't tend to die because you kill bosses too fast. So
yeah, muting Gilgamesh just makes the battle foolproof. There's no way he can overpower you with at regular speed.
Right.
Haste is what makes his second phase so dangerous.
Exactly. So we're gonna be walking a certain way. So depending on where you're on or exactly on the step count, certain encounters triggers may or may not appear. But we just always walk in the same way to avoid all the encounter triggers, regardless of whether or not they're gonna appear. We're not gonna mess around with hoping they don't appear for whatever reason. But yeah, so that's why you saw some quirky movement there on the bridge.
Yeah, it's more important on my particular route because I want to grind specific encounters for experience. I am trying to find a really nice balance of having level 14 for Bart's, Lena, and Faris, and level 12 for Galo. So they are both multiples of 2.
Yeah, so we need to keep our experience low enough, especially if they're out. There's another way of going about it. So either there's basically near the 3-hour mark, you're gonna need to be doing 2 things. You're gonna need to be learning level 2 old, and then grinding a fight that gives a ton of AP, like a good 7 or 8 AP. That just helps balance stuff out for the end game. And so either you balance your levels to be a bit low, and so you can learn level 2 old because you're at about 13 or 12, or you can balance them to be a bit high and get around 16 and 14. Because Galo is a bit offset because of the mini dragons he missed at the end of World 1. So we're coming to the next dungeon, that is the Underground Waterway. And so there's 5 mandatory fights in the river that you always get regardless of the step count. The formation is dependent on where you are in the step count. And so what's interesting about those battles is that since you have to run away from them anyways, the difference between running away from one of those fights and killing it with a Thunder Skull is very minimal. So grinding on those fights, despite them only giving 1 AP, which is seemingly slim and not too useful, is actually quite efficient. It's probably one of the best AP per second efficiencies you can get. Surprisingly enough, so it's very counterintuitive, because you wouldn't think that a fight that would give 1 AP would be nice to grind on, but since you're going to get it anyways, the efficiency of it is quite good. So you're going to be taking advantage of that to grind 6 AP. That is in Zin's route. Sweat has already had enough AP to Black Flames he grinded before, so he's going to be quite good.
By the way, the battles on the river always happen on fixed tiles. There's nothing you can do to avoid them, even with a step in the route.
What you can do is you can avoid encounters on the platforms, but in terms of the river themselves, there's just going to be 6 fights or so. They're just going to happen regardless. So Swed's going to be running away, Sin's going to be taking some time to kill them.
Oh, not the thing, more healers. Alright, I am done with my grinding on the river battles. I am going to get more mandatory encounters during the Dragon Valley for there. So I'll finish my experience there because they give me the sweet spot I need for everybody to be a multiple of 2.
Right.
I'm actually surprised I'm getting the encounters I'm supposed to. Are the formations on the river fixed?
I don't. Yeah. I don't. I think they're based on a very, very like vague approximation of your step count. So if you're vaguely in the same place, you get vaguely the same encounters. But I know I've seen, because there's one encounter that gives you a lot of AP. I remember, and I didn't always get that one, but I'm not sure. It's definitely quite similar, for sure. And if you're only like 2 formations behind it, it's possible you can just get the same stuff. So this boss, it's a zombie. He's not heavy. Phoenix down. Boo.
It's a token undead boss. Got a lot of those.
Easy
Phoenix
peasy.
Sound can actually miss. It's a 75% chance of them collecting the target.
Stop jinxing it, man.
It can be a pretty big source of aggravation if
So you're still on
keep
tile
missing
count,
Phoenix
right?
Sound endlessly.
I think you both are still on tile count, despite you being a bit off in formations.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter ultimately.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned about magic dragons later, but we're good, we're good.
Well, I mean, for this, so this desert, every single encounter you get into the desert is unrunnable. So normally in a casual playthrough, you just rock around. So I think Sweat's off step. I think Sweat's off step.
By the way, when we say unrunnable, it's literally unrunnable. You cannot use escape or small way to get away from the battle.
Yeah, so I believe Swed is Swed's off step. Yeah, I think he got off step. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing it safe here. And definitely with his route, playing it safe here and rocking on the grass always means he's off step. So now both of the players are
here. Walking on forest doesn't increase the step count, by the way. So I am going to take the long way and then get into the desert. This is not the most optimal path to take, but I need a specific step count for the Dragon Valley. And yeah, the walking pattern gets me what I want. Even though
you know that you can get anywhere you want to in Morrow Forest, right?
Yeah.
In the flame cutscene, you can get anywhere you want, just for routing. If you didn't know, because during the flame cutscene, you can advance the count without getting into encounters as well as formations. So you can get literally anywhere you want to, if you run it enough advance. But yeah,
interesting.
Maybe something to look into for like a future optimization. Because what I do there is I just go straight through the desert. But yeah, it's definitely, if you're scripting it, it's better to play it safe there. So at this point, sadly, Zen lost step count, but now Sweat lost step count as well. So this is going to be really interesting. In fact, Zen has an advantage because he still has tile count. He's just behind on formation, so he doesn't know exactly what encounters are going to come up for the crucial moment, which is going to be Magic Dragon catching at about 3 hours in. And so he's going to need to be getting specific formations to learn level 2 as well as grinding some AP. And so neither Zin nor Swed will know what exactly they're going to get in terms of formations because they're a bit off. Unless they know extensively what their backups are, which Maybe you do Zen. I don't think Sweat has researched the backups for it that much. I definitely haven't researched my backups through formations in, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good thing. It's definitely a good exercise to make sure your route is always levelable no matter what.
Yeah.
For me though, I only know my formations up to mini dragons, so from here it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, dude, I
Exciting.
don't know. I mean, if you remember, I could probably figure it out. But I'm too tired, man. It's like 3 in the morning for me, so I'm not gonna guarantee anything is gonna be accurate in terms of step count predictions. So
Yeah, Chrono with the mid relay assistance. Thank you very much.
the bias, man. Biased against my own team. Yeah, so what was I saying? We got sidetracked. So Sweat and Zen both lost step count, but Zen lost step count in a less major way. So he's gonna be still on the tire count, which means he's gonna be able to skip encounters and get very fast dungeons, while Sweat isn't. And this means that Zen is gonna have an advantage. Pretty big advantage, I'd say a good minute or so. We'll see how Magic Dragons fares. They're both going to be getting the same randomness per se on that segment, so that definitely shouldn't penalize either of them. It may possibly advantage Zen, may possibly advantage Sweat, depends on what they get. Zen needs a bit more luck. The thing with Sweat being off is he needs a lot more luck to get the right encounters in Atomos as his tower, that is barrier tower. Because he needs to get level triggers in his route. And that's a lot harder to find than Magic Dragons. So if he's actually off step, I'm not sure, I don't know his step by heart, but him playing safe in the desert indicates that he wasn't on step for me. So I'm not entirely sure, but he should be off step. Which means he's gonna have to look for a level trigger in Barrier Tower. Which is definitely going to be a lot harder to find than Magic Dragons. So we'll see how that pans out. But I think Sweat definitely has a disadvantage losing step compared to Zen losing step. And Zen also has the advantage of staying on tile step, so he knows where encounters are going to fall, just not what's going to fall. But yeah, it's the detailing of where we stand. But time will tell, time will tell. Sweat still has a slight lead on this game as well. The thing to realize is that Zen has been making up time, because Zen entered this game way more behind than he is right now, so yeah, definitely good showing so far. Keeping the race tight, that's all that matters.
Just a small parenthesis, the reason we're looking for either Magic Dragons or level 3 or so whatever, is because they can cast level 2 ult if controlled. And we'll need level 2 ult for level Death by Mash shenanigans. It's essentially our means of fixing enemies that don't have a multiple of 5 as their level into having a multiple of 5. So it'll come in important to kill a few very, very difficult bosses that would be impossible otherwise at other levels.
Yeah, so this little scene is interesting, so we're going to see them grab Exit real quick. So Exit's really useful, allows us to skip out of a dungeon. So there are a few dungeons in World 2 where we can't... Well, a lot of the dungeons in World 1 would have us end at the end of the dungeon and be able to walk out immediately. But there are actually a few dungeons in World 2 that will make us back up the whole thing if we don't have Exit, so that's a crucial spell we want to get. And so yeah, at some point there was routes that involve grinding object arts, but in terms of AP per second, they're very inefficient. It's about 1 AP per second per 5 seconds, whilst the grinding we do in Mughal River is like 1 AP per 3 seconds, which is very good.
Yeah, more importantly, object arts can, for a speedrun for levels, they are most efficiently killed with level 5 death. And the thing about level 5 death in the SNES version is that it kills every enemy individually, and the animation for the enemies dying takes an eternity. And that's pretty much the reason we prefer not to grind object darts. Just the
And also
animation
getting
is-
step count to work with object darts is a pain, because like you need a specific formation for the one that gives 8 AP.
Yeah.
So we were gonna do a small mini boss, if you will, against Abductor. It's not much to say about this fight. It's a Go Toss. That's the thing, is like once we have access to Go Toss, it just completely destroys the game. Like, I don't know what they were thinking when they put that ability at the beginning.
Well, they certainly didn't expect us to do infinite money.
Yeah, for sure, but the thing is that like Thunder Scrolls are really overpowered as well. Like you can level boost to use Thunder Scrolls as well, and that's another strategy you could use, but Go Toss is definitely OP. Like, man, 3,000 damage. So Sweat's out of the castle. This is gonna make his way.
Right. Abductor coming up for a reprise.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure Sweat is off step. I see him just using the menu on seemingly random tiles. So that's a strategy you can do. Is if you're off step, you can just occasionally open the menu, and it'll reset your threat counter, and thus reduce the amount of encounters you can. But you can see Zen. He walked in a single straight line until he knew where he'd have to step the encounter and then menued. So you can see the difference between a step route and being off step route. And the fact that Zen knew exactly where he had the menu, while Sweat had to sort of
So
do it by
it's
feel.
actually off a step route, like we are assuming, like the
Yeah, I'm
losses will
pretty sure.
exacerbate over time because he will start getting random encounters.
Kiryu
on-
Valley is gonna be hell. Like,
Yeah.
Kiryu Valley is terrible if you're off step. And if you're off formations as well, you can get some pretty nasty encounters in terms of time loss.
Shoutouts to Golem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's insane, dude. It's a 6 seconds per encounter, and it's going to happen on every room you step on.
Yeah, every room is gonna get an extra couple of encounters. Like, Kiryu Valley is a pain to route. It's just, you can get so many encounters in that place. It's ridiculous. But we'll see, yeah. We mentioned before, but yeah. Sweat is slightly ahead now, but I think the lead's gonna end up in favor at Zen by the end of this. For sure. All depending on Magic Dragons. Like, Magic Dragons could tilt them either way, because neither of the runners have formation count. So in terms of whether or not they're going to be getting the right encounters for level 2 Ordling at the 3-hour mark is up in the air at this point. But they both have the equal chance of getting bad luck, so we'll see. But this is definitely surprisingly close for already 5 games in. This is really, really nice to see. I'm so glad that we're seeing such a close race so far. Definitely much better than last year.
From an outsider perspective, it might not be like step manipulation is a huge of a deal, but we are putting so much emphasis into that because it's what makes or breaks FFI.
Yeah.
So sorry if we are just slandering everyone with step manipulation, but it's just very important.
I mean, I think the fact that Sweat lost a minute at this point in the game is going to cost him 5 minutes. Just off the bat. And that's a minimum estimate as well.
Yeah,
like, losing a step halfway through the game is 5 minutes.
This might have been a very different race had I not gotten the double mini dragon formation.
For sure, yeah. But I mean, now you know that you can just force an extra encounter. And make sure your 3 formations behind. That's actually not that bad of a backup, especially if you know the backup for 3 formations behind for Magic Dragons. That'd actually be very crucial to know. So you can get an extra formation behind. I did that in the relay race, actually. I was 1 formation behind in Hero Valley, so I got a 2nd formation behind because I knew what would happen is that my encounters would be the exact same. Because 0 formation behind was the same as 1 formation as 0 formations behind. So that was an interesting thing you can do if you know the backups. But yeah, that requires you to route the game. That's the thing. Is once you route the game, you know how to break your route, essentially. And that gives you a better understanding of why you do certain things. So that's definitely something very healthy in terms of getting better at a speedrun. Yeah. But yeah, the tightness of the relay is going to be broken by Mystic Quest. For sure.
Best game of all time.
Oh yeah, man. Mystic Quest is the best.
Like, that game was so good, that it bullied me permanently from running it, so... Looking forward to that. Alright, I'm approaching Dragon Valley.
Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for, just look at how many counters Sweat's gonna get versus how many counters Zen's gonna get. I'm actually gonna count this is gonna be pretty interesting, just for your show. Sweat's either on step, or is getting really lucky.
We'll never know.
Never know, man.
So right, this is not the encounter I want to kill. I still got a couple more chances to get the encounter I want to.
And there's Golem for Sweatin, so I think he's off step, for sure.
Maybe so as well, so no worries, keeping it fair. Alright, at least we are out of the danger zone. When we approach this bone-filled room, Golem stops spawning the encounter where he just slaps you and runs away. And that's the annoying part of not having a step manipulation for Kirby Valley, because Golem just murders your party and gets away with it.
For sure, man. Have you gotten the encounter you need yet?
Not yet, not yet.
Swed got the encounter he needs.
Alrighty. That's 4 steps.
Fair blade?
And that was an accident. I forgot where the corner was. Got it!
Oh, well, I mean,
encounter.
getting extra information at this point isn't too bad. You can fix that with, what, 4 half steps next? After the dungeon?
We're good.
I mean, you can fix the 4 steps after the dungeon on the world map. That's fine.
Yeah, I have to take 4 steps later anyway, so it's not a big
Okay,
deal.
okay, so you can fix it immediately. And formations, well, at this point you're already 3 behind, so getting an extra 1 behind isn't too impactful. Like, 1 behind is already, you lost formation count, so unless you know your backups by heart, it's the same as being like a billion formations behind. You have a save in your route?
I did it for 60. Right, I messed up my step route a little bit here.
Okay. Hopefully you can get back on track.
Gonna get an encounter through probably? No.
Trust you, man. So as you can see, Zin was behind entering the dungeon, but now he's already at the fight. That's the power step route.
Okay, I'm a couple steps behind.
Do you know how many?
Yeah, just a couple. It's just gonna be tough because we don't have many intermissions between here and the barrier tower, but I think we can fix it.
Half steps, man. Easy. Just do half steps, man. Completely free. But yeah, seriously, you can just half step the amount of steps you need to catch up by.
Oh, right, we got the Guido's cave. Okay, we got this.
Yeah, this is a really close race. They're from the same boss fight at the same time.
Oh, by the way, here we go. Here you planted.
I mean, we even need to explain boss strategy at this point. You get it? You get the idea.
Bribe them away, you know, all that good stuff.
All problems can be solved with money. That's the lesson of this game.
Just a couple behind then.
Or maybe half steps.
Okay, here I'm gonna make a pit stop on Kelvin to get the remainder of my consumables I need for mixing.
Right. So yeah, we're gonna buy some hype potions, as well as some ethers for late game. Just need a couple for MP management. And then some revivifies, as well as some speed and hero drinks.
So with the stubber, I can walk through this overworld trench with impunity. I don't even have to doubt what's going to happen.
So you got back on, nice.
Yeah.
You've been doing good with improvising to get back on. I don't know Sword Throw by heart, but I think you possibly could have gone back on at certain points, who knows. Yeah. For me, it's more impressive to lose step count and get back on than to keep it for the whole thing without making mistakes. That's nice.
Hey, at least now I know if I am 3 formations behind, I am still...
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, that's not a bad idea. If you're 1 formation behind, it's really bad. But if you're 3 behind, it's okay. So you could just take the sacrifice of 2 extra encounters, but end up on a good spot for main dragons. It's not a bad idea. Then learn what the formations are for the rest of the game.
Alright. I'm getting a few more pieces of armor to specifically help with my ATB management. The Greenberry and the Stelro increase your agility by 1 point, so that'll help me manipulate battles a little better, just to make it more convenient.
So that's something new. Where exactly do you use that?
A lot of places actually. Just Gilgamesh 3 is going to the first.
Yeah, okay.
Also, Monk Bomb will make good use of that.
I see.
Yeah, the extra safety also helps for the crystal battles later. We have there aren't that many bosses that can outright murder us with an attack, because most of them open with a physical attack on their starting round because of their script. Yes, but it helps to have a little bit of armor to make sure you don't die. By the way, here is one of the many times where Lena decides to poison herself. It's a running gag. Not sure why it's I really like this scene. Kara then swoops in and people start taking turns collapsing. Good plot, good plot. There is a little bit of downtime on this section of the game.
Yeah, World 2 starts slowing down a bit. Has a couple more lengthy cutscenes.
Yeah, the game. Remember that we have a plot to cover? Use some motivation to give to our characters to better themselves.
Yeah, the game is sort of like FF6 in the sense that you get to the final area where the game really opens up unless you do a lot of side quests. In a speedrun, well, side quests are side quests. We have more important things to do.
So, for example, now that we have access to the Hero in the second world, there is a bunch of places you can explore. Just fooling around Galo to his planet. So we don't have to bother with that. We already got our plot trigger. We'll move on.
So here we have it. So that's sweet. So we're gonna get ready for round 2 of music hype. So at this point, we're really close to getting mix. I believe in your AP route, you still need the AP from this small mandatory encounter coming up, right?
Yeah, the Gabi will be back. And conveniently, the little guy will also finish my experience route.
Wow. To the point, man. To the point.
Super tight. That's why I was super concerned on the Dragon Valley. The encounters on the other are exceedingly specific.
Exactly. So, Swed trailing a little bit behind. He's already got combined coverage since World 1. And get ready for music hype.
Music hype.
So this guy would have another sort of mob fight that's not too interesting. Just more Goltas. On Gilgamesh 3, we're actually going to be doing some interesting things. For once.
I'm setting up a tip for the ability gag because it's got a chance to backpack you.
Right.
I don't want it to happen because it will slow down the battle. And here I finished all the AP I was working on for Barbs, Barris, and Lena. I got a mix, control, and Giltas.
So I don't believe you mix right now for Gilgamesh. Do you mix Berserk on Gilgamesh or not? That's a small thing you can do to save time, but at the expense of inventory management.
Right.
I think it only saves like a handful of seconds to Berserk him, so probably better to take the time and manage your inventory a bit. So, this is going to be the first use of Mix in the run. So Mix is extremely powerful, allows you to combine 2 different items to get an effect based on what those items are. So from Soul Cannon we got a Dark Matter. So Dark Matter can be combined with various things to do different effects. So the interesting thing about Gilgamesh number 3 is that he isn't resistant to death. So we're going to be doing something interesting. And so another thing to notice is that we're going to be killing off a character. That's for the next boss fight. We want a character dead. For a reason we'll explain once you get there. And Death Potion, instant death on Gilgamesh, he's not immune to it. We're going to be seeing that from Sweat as well. Swift way of killing Gilgamesh. This is so close right now, it's amazing. Literally synced.
Yeah, so it's putting up a fight, certainly, considering the lack of step manipulation.
So now we're gonna siege the barrier tower, so... In Sword's step route, he's gonna be trying to learn level 2 ult from some level triggers in this dungeon. The problem with that is that they're relatively uncommon. So being able to get them off step is gonna be a bit tricky for Swed, but hopefully he'll manage. We'll see, we'll see. Zin's already into barrier tower, Swed just broke through. So this tower has a lot of different rooms, which gives us a lot of different opportunities to skip encounters. So this tower is going to be relatively encounter-free, if you're on step, of course.
Yeah, right. Can confirm I'm still on tile also.
Very, very nice. That's definitely going to give you a pretty big advantage, this dungeon. So we get that little 18,000 gil chest. We definitely need to get that for safety. I mean, we could probably clutch it without, but it just makes the money run a lot safer, so...
Especially for Martin.
As I've learned through experience...
Good days, good days.
I mean, that's what I get for running a one-day-old route, man, in a marathon.
Should be good.
So, okay. So, Animos is interesting. So, his AI script is such that if all your party members are alive, he's going to cast Comet. And then, once one of your party members is dead, he's going to sort of draw them to him, and then absorb them once they're close enough. So, what we do is to avoid Comet, which will kill 2 of our characters if you were to cast it, we preemptively kill off one of our characters. And we're going to revive them at the end of the fight. For Zinfogel, at least. So, as for the fight itself, we're going to be combining Dragon Power, first use of it in the run. Drinking a speed with Ferris, so that gives her haste. And then we can kill them rather swiftly with Gil Toss. See, we're already doing over 4,000 damage. We can do another Dragon Power. So each of these Dragon Powers is increasing levels by 20. So essentially, Ferris has been boosted to level 56. Or 54 at this point. So you're gonna wait until Ferris' turn is up. Revive the love. And then throw Animos before he can comment. And GG, that's Animos done. Let's see if Swed's getting any luck learning level 2 old. Yeah, he's definitely off step. He's grinding out encounters for level trickeries, as we can see here. That's...
What a shame, what a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. Level trickers aren't very common either. But yeah, it's hard to keep step for the entirety of the game. That's for sure. There we go, there we go. You got level trickers.
Yeah, don't be fooled, guys, because so it's behind in the moment, it doesn't mean I won't have to catch up with him. He has level 2 old, I don't. I'll need the spell eventually.
Well, the thing is... So there's going to be a major divergence in strats. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to learn level 2 old and catch a mini Magic Dragon in the same fight. So Magic Dragons, when released, do Blaze, which is a very powerful fire spell. And that's going to be useful for a boss later. And so Sweat is what he's gonna do is he's gonna learn level 2 in one fight, and then catch 2 magic dragons in another. What Zin's gonna doing is learn level 2 and catch 1, but both at the same fight. So that's extremely efficient, because he can catch 1 magic dragon at the same time, and so it only costs a few extra seconds to catch that magic dragon. That's pretty good. The thing that tips it in Sweat's favor is that he's gonna be completely skipping war, which is a bit riskier, because then he's not going to be able to have Boar 3 for a section later, and he's going to have to be reliant on good execution. But I'll explain that once we get to the pyramid. And so, the only way that 2 magic dragons can be faster is if you skip one, because we need Fire 3 for that specific boss where we're going to be using Fire Spells, since we only have 1 magic dragon.
I might actually catch a couple of magic dragons considering I am with the step rune and just go for it.
Can catch 2?
Yeah, because of Monk Bomb strats, I have to catch with Kara. So I'm not quite positive how I'm gonna handle merging. Like my plan was just locking her with confusion.
Oh.
Doing more than I need to.
Did you test the setup on Merrow? Because Bert is mixing.
Kind of, but...
Wait, so is Kara mixing or not?
No. That's the thing, both my characters that could be black mages are gonna be occupied with Combine.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, just for the sake of cheesing the battle, I might catch another magic dragon if given a chance.
Right. So your setup would be... So do you have Combine and Cure at that point?
No, on Paris.
Yeah, because normally the idea with one magic dragon would be to have Combine on the same character that releases. So you can combine release once just to finish off the fight when you no longer need to confuse locker, but we'll get to that later.
Alright, so welcome to Byblos cave, one of the more exciting parts of F5.
Oh yeah, dude, this cave is riveting.
There is nothing intriguing about this place.
I mean,
no treasure, there is no enemies we can benefit from, so we just get up Pro Trigger and...
We could learn Arrow 3. How would we survive it? That's the question. Where would we use it? Another question. Why use Arrow 3 when you have Gotas? That's the answer to a lot of the questions in this game is why use anything when you have Gotas?
And low fighter.
Math and money, all you need in life. This is a game of capitalism.
I'm not quite positive where I am on my step route actually. I ordered like references for where my encounter should be. But at this point it doesn't matter too much.
I mean, at this point, the void... the void's gonna be a bit tricky, but I mean, it's not a gigantic deal at this point, really.
Yeah, just slap on a tip with escape and you're foolproof the void pretty hard.
Sweat having to force the encounters, because he didn't get the level trigger since he was off step, and that encounter is pretty uncommon, so he had to force a lot of battles, so that definitely set him back quite a bit. But yeah, dude, the music in this cave makes me sleepy. I don't know why.
For real, because there isn't much action to begin with, but you know.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's almost morning time.
Alright. We got the stick!
Now begin using the submarine to surface right below Moor. In terms of the story, we need to go to Moor Forest because that's where Exdeath found his power. So we're gonna go investigate that. So we're gonna be stopping by Moor real quick for a few spells, mainly Fire 3 and Bolt 3. Fire 3 is going to be useful on the boss later. Bolt 3 is more of a safety thing, but it's either get that or hope you don't run into a specific enemy.
More is hardly necessary BC, but
It's necessary if you want to only catch one magic dragon.
Yeah.
And the only thing that makes 2 magic dragons faster would be skipping more. And even then it's only even, so it's honestly much better in terms of a route to just hit 1 magic dragon. Have a trickier emergent fight. It's the boss we've been talking about a lot. And then take the time loss you take to go to more, but in so much time I'm only having to do 1 fight for level 2 gold and a magic dragon that it's well worth it.
Something to note here is that... Wait, oops. What? You just killed my own partner, bro, that's pretty good.
That's 2 dragon things as well. I hope that doesn't set a dent.
That should be totally okay, because
Okay.
I got that one extra encounter in the Dragon Valley that drops a Dragon Fang, and I sell like 78 Dragon Fangs.
Okay.
It should be okay, I hope. Otherwise, we'll just have to stick with the trial and true.
Just you, Samson, man. I mean that's fine. You lose a round on Exdeath. That's basically it. If you run out of Dragon Fangs there, it's not a big deal. It's like a couple seconds.
That was a pretty dumb mistake. I just held the wrong button. Alright. Anyway, something we've been glossing over is that there are tiles in the game that do not register as steps, and this is one of the quirks of orchestrating a step manipulation.
Yeah, it's one of the things that can get beginners off as well, is if you don't know where they are. And you can just seemingly lose step count and don't know why, but it's because you missed some of them, or you didn't know that some of them were there, especially with the older routes where you didn't know that some of them existed.
Well, here on the fire cutscene, the game is actually keeping up a step, your total step count, and the more steps you take, it will affect your total step count. So I need to walk a really specific number of tiles in order to keep with my formations. But at the moment, it's just my tiles that I am interested in.
Right. Yeah, I mean, tiles for the Void and some of the final runes can actually be pretty impactful. Because, like, a step count for, like, the final part of the Void, like the crystal part, is really nice, actually. Because you can really minimize the amount of counters you get there. Sure. But, yeah. You don't heal at the...
No, I use white.
Oh, man. Next level strats.
Telling you, man, white mage is the future. Okay, I'm still on tile form on my tiles. Nice.
GG. That's 50% of the step count right there.
What's the options?
Hey, you got the Airblade now. Nice.
There was a mistake there.
That's for the Arrow 3 strat, I assume.
You know it.
So the crystal fight is pretty simple. The tricky thing about this fight was I mentioned this before is one of the HP checks in terms of the routing. So you need a certain amount of HP because these guys are just going to spam physical attacks. Once they get below a certain threshold, they're going to start using very powerful magic spells. But the idea is to basically kill them with Go Toss before they can get a turn in that threshold. So yeah.
Alright, we're good.
Yeah, you can get pretty unlucky and they can destroy you, but thankfully 44 a block and then hit some people that where it doesn't matter. Also, you want to take note that you equip the Bone Mail on Gluff. That's pretty important. Just keep note of that. And there goes the
As you know, the
crystals.
Bone Mail gives you a lot of defense, so we certainly want that for these guys who spam a lot of attacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Cough,
yep.
cough.
That's the only reason. Bone Mail is, I think, is one of the best armors in the game. The only disadvantage is that you cannot heal a person in Bone Mail, otherwise they'll take damage from healing spells. And you also can't revive them in battle if they're dead. So, set the Texas with the crystals.
My guy, the Mughal Team Mog represent. Without him, our party would be at their demise.
And so,
Or epic onslaught with Exdeath.
this fight, you basically have to grind down Exdeath forever. But since we have the Bone Mail, we can just kill ourselves rather easily, and that ends the fight.
There's a flag on the battle that prevents Galo from dying even if he reaches 0 health, but yeah, there are ways to bypass that with
And
skills
so-
that instantly kill him. Bone Mail gives you a natural undead affinity, and when you use a life spell on an undead character, they instantly die, so this keeps the quality of keeping Galo alive on the party.
And so, now, since Gilgamesh has the Bone Mail on, we can't resurrect him, so... Too bad, he's gonna stay dead for the rest of the game.
Or is making sure he dies. Cure 3! Life! Phoenix down.
He has the Bone Mail on, man. No use.
See you later, trooper. Now here it's an appropriate time to reminisce our good times with our friend Galufe. Doing well though, we gotta wait for Kara to stop mourning, and until that happens, we might as well fool around a little. I don't think accessing the menu here splits up the... Like, it just lets trigger keep running.
Yeah. Thankfully, we get all of the AP and EXP from Glyphonticura, and his equipment as well just gets removed. So yeah, it doesn't actually hurt us in terms of battle, it's just more of a story thing.
Something we could also over is that every character has innate stats, like they got a tiny bit of bonuses on certain areas. For example, Lena has a bit more magic, Galo had the highest vitality, which gave him a lot of HP. Kara, on the other hand, is a much more useful character, as tragic as it sounds. Kara has the highest agility and is incredibly important for a lot of setups.
For sure.
So we'll be exploring that quite a bit. Get rid of the old, bring in the new. Don't worry guys, you'll get to relive this beautiful cutscene on Suarez's screen.
Of course. Never get to see Golov die again. Still, it's painful.
After speedrunning this game so much, you just get the synthesized from his dead, like...
The thing is that Phoenix Down can miss, once again.
Yep, 75% chance of connecting.
I think my record is 5 misses.
Not bad, not bad.
No, I think you got world record for most Dragon Fang steel misses, so you can feel proud for that. We technically got a FF5 world record today.
The rallying champions of Battle RNG. Okay, now we have finally access to Exdeath Castle and we can finish this chapter of the game once we defeat him.
Exdeath Castle is probably the culmination of this step route, pretty much. Like, this is where you want everything to line into place. It's the final point where you need to get specific encounters. The rest of the game is just a matter of saving time with less encounters, in terms of the impact of the step count.
And here, guys, I will show you one of the best strats imagined to date for this game.
Monk hype?
Of course. Alright, here we go. So, unlike Sued, I will be learning level 2 all on Exdeath Castle, and there is another encounter that I'll need for that, because there are no level checkers on this place. Instead, we'll be battling the infamous magic dragons, which we've been typing up for about 2 hours now. Anyway, magic dragons are pretty easy to grind, and in order to get level 2 all, what I need to do is control the enemy. That's why we've been grinding Mediator AP and Lena for so long. And otherwise, I don't think magic dragons can cast level 2 all that way, but controlling
Oh,
them
they can cast it.
Okay.
It just like so rare because you need the 1 out of 3 for blue magic, then the 1 out of 3 for level 2 all. So like it's not very reliable.
Yeah, and at that point, the magic dragon is going to murder you anyway. It's a pretty strong enemy because it can cast Aeroga.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, I need to control him to guarantee we get a level 2 all to happen. Then I need to, since a controlled enemy can only target the opposing party, I also need to cast a wall on the enemy, which we'll do through mixing. And then I also want to catch the magic dragon because his release skill will come in handy for a boss later on. In any case, there are multiple things coming at play here, and it requires extensive knowledge to make this work just the way you want to. And aside from that, a couple days ago I found a foolproof strat. In addition to all the previous requirements, we're also adding a tip to prevent a back attack. And we're going to make it so all our remaining targets can have learning. So there is no way the Magic Dragon can improperly cast the spell on me. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. More importantly though, you'll finally see Monk in a speedrun. It's my greatest accomplishment in this game. Oh yeah. Alright, the first battle will be a Magic Dragon. Yes! Man,
Dude, your backup step route is too good, man.
It was all carefully calculated.
Watch this strat. He's gonna be killing off characters that aren't useful.
Alright, so check here. I already said Magic Dragon still doesn't have quite enough health to be caught. So what we're going to do is Dark Matter, True Shell, I think. Yeah, Dark Matter, True Shell to cast Explosive. That'll kill Bart, he doesn't have learning, so we don't want him alive on the party anyway. And then all what remains is characters that have learning, so no matter what happens with the Magic Dragon, I will always catch the spell. So no RNG anymore on this freaking battle.
Congrats, that's a pretty sick strat. Completely pro-proof where you're playing over gold. Nothing can go wrong.
The other thing that can go wrong is if control misses, but you can use defend with weapons.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a bit of time loss. But if you have an 80% chance, because that's the reason we got the Grenade as well. Because not only does it sell for good money later, it also increases your chances to control, so we want that. Okay, so now we're going to be getting a little bit more AP, because the enemies in this castle start getting a ton of AP, so we can use that to our advantage to fill in some gaps, really, their AP, because it takes very little time with Go Toss and a mix to be able to kill one of these fights. So we're going to be taking advantage of that real swiftly.
Yeah, I want to skip on this. Yeah, regularly this is where my formations will catch up with me. I just want to get to say hello once we are there with you.
So hopefully you can get some good information so you don't have to force extra encounters. Then you could keep your tile count for the rest of the game, which is really the most important thing now. Because at this point, formations aren't too impactful besides the one fight you need to gain some AP on.
No, that encounter should not happen. Oops. Yeah, in any case, I think I'm gonna have to grind some battles here, so this might be the end of my step routine.
Right.
And these dragons terrify me.
Sorry. Oh my god. That's...
We got the backups.
So Sweat's looking to catch 2 magic dragons here. It's really difficult to run away from these fights, so being off step count, oof, arrow 3, is pretty bad. Oof, this is looking... Sweat not getting the best of RNG.
Alright. She got one encounter here. That's what I want there. Yes, kind of. Alright, I'm gonna grind another battle here.
Whip, step up. Oh well, I mean... You still managed to keep it for a while. I think what you could have done is you could have killed the 3-minute magic dragon counter with the earlier screen. That should have given you enough AP, but yeah. I don't know how many you need exactly though.
I need a couple Dark Wizards or the 7 AP encounter.
I think magic dragons is 6. 3 of them.
Yeah, well, I don't quite have the resources to kill them.
Right.
Alright, we got them. We got them.
Yeah, so now neither of them have a step count. Oh well, I mean, keeping it for 3 hours is already pretty good. Zin lost the formations a little bit, but still managed to get decent luck in the castle, so we definitely pulled ahead a bit compared to Swed. Swed's not getting luck at all with his formations at all. It seems like he's definitely losing a lot of time running out the encounters. I mean, that really shows the benefit of a step count, especially for this area. Like, the encounter he wants. Okay, there we go. There it is. Wants to catch too many dragons, magic dragons from this part. He's going to be using those on Merrow, probably coming up a bit later. Actually, somewhat soon. Not too far off, really. Okay, so Swed caught the 2 magic dragons. So now pay attention to Exdeath. You remember this fight as being a hard fight? We have level 2 old. Exdeath is level 66. Get ready for some flashy stuff. So here we have to use a specific timing.
Got him.
That one's pretty simple, because you can just use run buffers to time it. Congrats, that was pretty neat.
Clean and smooth. Okay, I don't think I'll be needing my step row notes anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, still not too shabby getting it that far. I mean, the end of the game, you lose maybe like a minute or so in the end game without a step, but that's not a huge deal.
And now for the final quote-unquote chapter of the game. It's the merge world. Bart's and Galophy's planets have merged together, so we'll be revisiting a lot of the Fierce World areas while we're here. Most importantly, we are only going to get... We'll only do one of the major sequences of the tier world, and then we'll jump straight into endgame, because everything else is extra. We don't really need it to accomplish anything to finish the game.
FF5 is somewhat like FF6 in the sense that the game sort of opens up to a ton of side quests late game. But there's only one side quest that's mandatory, so you can't really call it a side quest, but it's essentially of the same vein. You have to rescue your tablet from a dungeon, and then it unlocks another dungeon where you can get something. But yeah, thanks to keeping the step count a lot better, and not getting completely destroyed by bad luck off step count, Zen managed to pull ahead quite a bit compared to Sweden.
Yeah, let that be a testament to how important step manipulation is.
So you're gonna be seeing another Death by Mass setup from Swed. If you missed it before, definitely want to pay attention to his screen on the right. And there we go. So now we get to dance for a bit. And so we're almost out of cutscene hell.
We're almost to them, don't worry. Endgame in particular is so bloody with action.
Oh yeah, once we get our airship back, gonna be non-stop action, man. Non-stop. Definitely one of the highlights of the run. I think the hour after Karlabos, as well as the last half hour, is definitely the sweet stuff, man.
No pressure, dude. No pressure.
No pressure, dude. Don't forget anything in the menus, or else you die.
And then
No pressure.
And then have a 8-minute reset. Pretty free.
You'll still be ahead.
Choco.
So now we can control Boko again, and we're gonna be using him to walk all the way around the world. Because even though we're back in our hometown, something's wrong. And in fact, we're discovering that the two worlds have merged, and 1 plus 2 is 3, so now we're in World 3. So now we're gonna be doing Antlion. So Antlion is a rather simple boss. He has a level that's a multiple of 2. So we're gonna be using this fancy death by math setup. Oh, I didn't see the haste, huh?
Oh, that just escapes an attack from the Antlion. It's nothing big.
Oh, nice. So now we have this cutscene ready to advance. We basically get teased by this rope. On Swed's side, we see him going off to fight Antlion himself.
Sentient Rope is a favorite character.
For sure, man. And now we enter cutscene hell. Lots of cutscenes coming up. I think we get to check the cool and fancy Death by Mass setup for Antlion on Swed's side once again.
Some sick speed tech here. Use this Mount Volko before entering this cave to skip a cutscene.
And now we get some Dragon Ball Z.
Oh no, the splinter was Exdeath all along!
That's the thing about FF5, is that it's an FF game that knows what it is, and at some points it doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, Exdeath is a tree, and he survives by becoming a splinter and implanting himself in her hands, and then revives from the splinter into a sorcerer.
I really don't get this cutscene. When we kick the Exdeath's butt just a few moments ago, but whatever.
He's a true and too powerful. Also, isn't he still like level 66 or whatever?
Yeah, that could be an issue.
I don't see why don't we just end him off that way. We still have tons of gil, that's another solution.
Since I'm off a stepper, I am going to be putting Thief on party much more frequently to have access to escape.
Yeah, in Pyramid especially, which is the next dungeon, there's this one enemy, I don't know if it's called, I think Zephyr Zone, or something like that.
Stepper Zone.
And it takes forever to run away if you don't have escape. Like, it takes a good 3 minutes to run away or whatever, if you don't have escape, usually. So yeah, you definitely want to have some way of artificially escaping battles. Be it smoke or escape or whatever. Escape is preferred because of the short animation. But yeah, if you're off step route and you can't guarantee not getting Zephyr Zones, you definitely want to assure that. Sir Guido tells us about the legendary weapons sealed behind the tablets, and forces us to get one tablet before we have access to the Ursha. So we're gonna need to go through the pyramid and get our first tablet. And our only tablet. because this isn't all bosses. We're not going to be doing extra side quests and whatnot.
Even though I am not on step route anymore, I can still pause both fair overworld encounters because generally they always spawn on a per 6 step basis. So it's still some tech we can apply to dodge encounters.
Yeah, that's the lowest value of the lot, so no matter where you are, you can guarantee that you have at least 6 steps on the world map. So you can use the sort of random menus to sort of mitigate encounters on the world map still, if you're off step count. At this point, both runners are off step count.
I don't have heal plus on Carwen. I should have that happen.
She's missing 2 AP for gold loss, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, worst comes to worst, just go toss an encounter or whatever.
For sure. Oh gosh.
I'm pretty sure you can, like, open one of the trap chests and get an encounter you could go toss if you're off AP wise.
That may be a good idea. I'm gonna be off on Chemist AP. See you later, Kai.
Now we're entering the pyramid. Not too much going on. So the reason we got Bolt 3 is for this area. So there were a few machine heads that appear. This is I believe the first one to introduce sort of outside of battle enemies. So first are these aspices. So it's very difficult to get 0. So our good strat is to try and run into one immediately, and then try and avoid the other one. And then there's going to be machine heads in a room coming up. And you want to absolutely avoid them, otherwise you lose like a good 30 seconds, because it takes a while to fight them. The strategy is to use a Mystic Knight, and then Magic Sword Bolt 3, which are one-shot them, as Magic Sword Bolt 3 usually does for any enemy that's weak to it. Smart. That was a good choice from Zin, a little bit behind on AP. This is a good backup.
Okay, no Zephyr Zone yet. We don't have escape on that one.
So now I want to get poisoned as well, because...
there she is.
Did you have a setup?
Yeah, don't
Good,
worry.
good, good. Right, so we're gonna get poisoned because one of our principal in-game strategies for survival is gonna be using a knight with cover. So as we saw at the very beginning of the game in North Mountain with Magissa, we got poisoned so we could cover with a knight. Well, now for the end game, we're gonna get poisoned so we can cover with a knight again. And there's another trick in this game where you can use a combination of both very good shields that we can buy in an upcoming town. Okay, nice skip past the machine heads. So in Sweat's mode, he has to get that skip off. Otherwise, he's gonna have to redo the entire pyramid. So watch out for his stream. That's gonna be very interesting to see if he can get that. As for the mummy fight itself, it's not that complicated. We have enough flame scrolls left off from back when you bought them in Lux. So we're gonna be just checking through those. So we can see Ferris covering with the bone mail. She's going to survive all 3 attacks. So being able to redirect the enemy's attacks is one of the principal strategies for the endgame. So we're going to be using a knight cover a lot. We can also get a good shield from the upcoming town, as well as using Mini on our knight. And what Mini will do on our knight is allow him or her to gain more evade, and thus have a higher chance of evading the first few attacks before they can start guarding as a knight, and thus negating any attack. Now, there's a lot of side chests and side paths in the pyramid, but we're just gonna be breezing through all of those. We don't really care about them right now. Sweat coming up on the mummy fight himself. He got a successful machine head dodge.
He's catching up, he's catching up.
Yeah. But yeah, 2 flame scrolls and the mummies are done. They can sometimes survive the 2, but it's pretty rare. Maybe then you can just check a fire spell. You have enough time. And so, gaining this tablet summons Bahamut from outside of this island, and now we can go and fight him at the North Mountain. But we're not going to do that. Because more importantly, unlocking this tablet also makes our airship reappear, which means we can gain access to the final dungeon. Of course, since it's the speedrun, we're going to be going to the final dungeon as soon as we can.
Oh gosh, Far's didn't get combined. What the heck? Okay.
10 AP missing, huh? That's...
Oh, yeah, we are just going to spam fire 3. It's fine.
It'll work, dude. So, before this boss merging,
Merrow is an interesting boss because it's sort of like Archeoaevis. It will constantly barrier change in order to change her elemental weakness. However, Astrolababel will, she is always weak to fire, so what we're going to do is just to lock her with some mixes and spam fire attacks to finish off Merrow. Which is the reason we have the Magic Dragon earlier.
exactly, that deals a solid 9,000 damage on her, so... Clutch.
Oh my gosh. Okay, she killed Karlabos' mother.
Yeah.
Yikes, Merrow is fast.
She doesn't need the meter, does she?
No.
Okay, good, then.
Got him. Oof, I was pretty nervous on that.
So, can you get back on your deficit from, Chemist referrals?
Yeah, Paris can finish that with a sprite. Can she? I'll pull something off here.
Yeah, so why... I don't know. I don't know your AP right exactly, but did you miss it when you were off step for Exdeath Castle? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I was off step, but I thought I recovered the AP I required at that point.
Because 10 AP is a lot. 10 AP is a lot of AP. Oh, or you'll be fine in game. I mean, you can just improvise or whatever. May have a few slower fights, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Started pulling back ahead.
Yeah, he's probably going to demolish me.
Yeah.
And the game is a little more refined, let's put it that way.
Especially since you're gonna have to improvise, it seems, a little bit.
Yeah, Mix is 30 AP, right?
Yeah, it's 15 for level 1, then 30 for level 2, so... What's your setup for Calio? Calio's like, what, 10?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to blue mage with Faris instead and have Bards combine.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually the other way around, but I can totally handle this, I think.
Sure, if that works, man.
Worst case scenario, we deal toss away. Try them through a strat.
Hey, man, if it works, it works. I mean, Calio doesn't even have that much HP.
What's her level exactly?
Galo for Siren, 68.
Okay. So that's a couple Dragon Fangs plus a couple Suns and Power.
It's defense, not
right.
level. I can look at it.
Oh, it's fine, don't worry. Just jumping into the void with uncertainty is pretty scary, not gonna lie.
Yeah, man, you'll be fine. That's good. I trust in you. So now we're going to be stopping by Mist once we gain control of our airship again. Or Mirage, that's what it's called. So Mirage is a sort of a hidden town, and it has a ton of good stuff you can buy, and a ton of good stuff you can get. It's really good. So we're going to be buying some running shoes, and the Crystal Shield. So the Crystal Shield is nice in the sense that it allows our Knight, which is going to be our main tool for survival, having a Knight cover a lot of attacks from bosses. Gain more evasion from a Crystal Shield is a really good weapon. We're also going to be buying Size. Float. So Float is going to be needed for a specific boss. Size is going to be needed to increase the evasion of our Knight, because as I mentioned earlier, Mini actually increases the evasion of your Knight. If you mini him, you will be able to evade attacks more. So before we can guard with our Knight, we want to be able to evade the first couple of attacks to avoid dying. With most setups, if the Knight gets one-shotted by an attack early on before he's invincible because of guard, we can usually default back and res him and still survive, but it's not ideal, so we want to make sure evasion is as high as possible to avoid that scenario.
Yeah, they're not doing great on money, not gonna lie.
How much money do you have?
15 grand. But I still gotta buy their. Oh no, I have 5 grand. 56 grand.
56?
Yep. I made it 6 grand.
60k, yeah, that's good. That should be good.
This is it. Into the void.
Let's go. So, the Void is essentially a boss gauntlet. So the first boss coming up is Karlabos here. So as you may have mentioned before, we're talking strats with Zinfogel, trying to figure out what to do because of a bit of improvisation he's gonna have to do. No big deal. Karlabos is a boss that's level 68. And so we're going to be using Death by Math. The thing with Karlabos is that most setups for Death by Math in her are pretty tricky. So I'd say she's probably the hardest boss in the game because of how tricky those Death by Math setups are. But these runners are experienced enough to handle that no problem.
I'm going to try Death by Math once and then just go for the Gilgamesh strand.
Right. I mean, what's the thing? What's your plan right now? Because you're missing 10 AP on Ferris for Chemist, right?
Just Blue Mage Lena, Thief combine parts, and then Chemist.
I mean, as long as you have the same speed stats on whoever is necessary for your timing, I mean, you're good, right?
That's true. It's just the problem is I usually have the 2 blue mages at my disposal for the next battle, but here I won't have that luxury. Just pick 1 blue mage.
Swed making his way to Karlabos. Almost there. Also known as Wood Spread in certain translations. So, complicated setup. So, Karlabos Theory also has an AI script that changes based on whether or not you have Reflect on one of your party members. So you're going to be using a combined mix to be able to get Reflect on one of your party members. And the reason is that if we have Reflect on one of our party members, she's not going to cast Reflect on herself. And if she casts Reflect on herself, you can't use level 5 Doom, so we want to avoid that at all costs. So let's see if Swed can pull the setup off. And good job for Swed. It's a tricky set right there. You had to watch the A to Bs, slow them down a bit with run buffering. But you had to keep a hawk's eye on them. Very nice from Swed.
Oh gosh, the reason I'm behind on money is because I couldn't sell the corner. No wonder. Let's go.
And so yeah, we also got the running shoes. So the running shoes basically give you auto haste, so that's extremely useful. Swed getting, oh no, Omega. Oh no.
Rest in peace, dude. Rest in peace.
No, he didn't hit Omega, but Omega was blocking his way. Yeah, definitely not a bad idea to save. Okay, let's see if Zen can pull off a step. Swed getting past Omega real smooth, real smooth.
I'm gonna start taking hero connection already as well.
Okay, so for a pet, we're just gonna be doing a standard setup. This is sort of the default setup for a lot of bosses, unless they have a certain gimmick we're gonna exploit. This is to say we're gonna have Kara as a knight. We're gonna meet her once again to her evasion, give her a crystal shield, and then have her cover the attacks. And then at the same time we're going to be using some Dragon Fangs to pump our levels on our Gale Tosser.
So it goes to damage here.
And so an interesting thing about a panda is that he's weak to Berserk, so we can just use a mix to Berserk him, and we want to do that to avoid his nasty spells. So we just use the standard Bacchus Wine mix, just to fix some Berserk. There's also another mix that inflicts Berserk, but on any enemy in the game, because it overrides the AI, that is Revivify Maiden Kiss, also known as Kiss of Blessing. And there's the glitch involving Kiss of Blessing, which allows you to bypass the AI of enemies. GG.
No hair.
And so we're going to be using that on a handful of fights, most notably Exdeath, but I'll explain the Kiss of Blessing glitch once we get there.
You're not gonna believe this. Karami is the mix by 1 AP.
Do you need mix on the next fight?
Not quite, it's just convenience.
Right.
Well, okay, we'll make it.
I don't know, the one thing I'm worried about, I'm gonna jinx it, but I'm worried a bit about money, because of those extra go tosses.
Let's save it, let's save.
We'll see, we'll see. So, next boss is gonna be Catastrophe. So, the thing with him is that his AI is based on him wanting to use Earthshaker. So, if you float one of your characters, he's gonna try and get them down to Earth so that he can use Earthshaker. So, we can just float and keep refreshing float. and essentially get him into a loop where he's only gonna use Gravity 100 on us, and he's pretty much useless as long as we just keep refreshing Float. And then as for how we kill him, well, we're going to be using standard Pump plus Gil Toss. Now we're seeing a Panda on Zin's side and Catastrophe on Swed's side. You can see Swed refreshing the Float in order to stop him from doing anything besides Gravity 100. At the same time, we're going to be seeing Zin buffing his Tosser for Panda. He also used a mix for Float, right? Or
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
right. So Zin also uses a mix to get Float before Catastrophe. You can see right there. So there's Sweat done with Catastrophe. So next boss is going to be Halicarnassus.
Got a Panda.
G. So both are one boss apart, that's not that much. So Halicarnassus is one of those bosses where we can kill him faster than his area is going to pose a threat. So we don't even need some of the cover. There's just one attack that he's going to be able to get off, usually. But otherwise, he's going to cast Frog on everyone, which is more of an annoyance, really. Doesn't really affect Gil Toss damage. In fact, we could keep Frog on everyone for the rest of the game. Maybe Sword will do that for the swag. Who knows? There's Halicar for Swed. Sin's just about to do Catastrophe. Hope Swed that. Not Maiden Kiss. Ah, dude. Okay, yeah, I think he's gonna go for Frogheim. Nice. So Twintania, what we're gonna be doing, so we grinded a bit of Bright AP so that we have the ability Hide. So Hide allows us to completely cheese Twintania's first phase by avoiding all her attacks with one character. Because we can't really survive her attacks at these levels. So we just wait it out. And then she enters her charging phase, and during her charging phase she's weak to a lot of stuff, and her level also becomes a multiple of 5. So we can use that to kill her. Another interesting thing is that she actually changes forms before the game announces it with text. So you can try and skip the text there. It's with a small mistake messing it up. It's no big deal. It's only a second or two lost. Not the end of the world. Zen making it through Catastrophe. So Sword just made it through Twintania. And he's going to do a bit of setup for Exdeath. Talk more about the setup once we get there. But yeah, just the final stretch. The last boss is going to be Exdeath, the final one. We got a bit of dungeon, bit of cutscene before that. Meanwhile, we have Zin attacking Halakar.
With combine this time.
Swed keeping frog hype.
Get us to the frog force.
Also, for money, I think you should just in case, not gonna jinx it, but just in case, you should probably keep the dancing dagger on your gold tosser, in case you run out of money.
Yeah. This is the ultimate backup.
Yeah. So I don't, it's looking a bit iffy since you had the... So I know that 60k is like the minimum, but you also had a Gold Toss Galo with Hysteria, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure, so I would definitely keep the Dancing Dagger on the Samurai, or whoever's Gold Tossing with your setup, for safety. You never know. That would be a very, very bad way to end it. It's happened before in marathons, and it's not fun.
No worries, we got this under control.
Yeah, dude, you've been improvising spectacularly. I'm really impressed. I wouldn't have been able to to perform so well under pressure. So Swed 7 is nearing the end of their run. Just a little cutscene, then the final boss, which is going to go surprisingly fast.
Amazing.
Clutch, man. Clutch.
That's my fault. I didn't check for boxes and AFP. Get out of here.
Wow, okay, that's impressive improvisation. That's... Wow, that was really, really clutch. Nice. So Swed's entering the final fight right now. So, to explain a bit, so the essential part of this setup is gonna be our knight with the Crystal Shield, once again defending. So before he's going to be able to guard and negate any physical damage, he's going to have to evade a couple of attacks. And he's also going to be using the Kiss of Blessing glitch on Exdeath. So what the Kiss of Blessing glitch does is when you do the mixed Kiss of Blessing, which normally is intended to be a friendly mix, what it does is inflicts haste and berserk. Well, if you do it on a boss, what ends up happening is that his AI gets overridden and he will only attack, and it'll also stop Exdeath from going into the Neo Exdeath part. So you can skip Neo Exdeath entirely with that glitch. So we're going to be making use of that in this region, obviously. So he's just going to be buffing up in order to go toss, having his Knight cover all the damage. There's Whitehole.
And the nerves are getting me pretty hard. The Giltos is running so low.
Sweat nearing the end. Only a few more guild tosses to go. Nearing time very, very soon. So get ready. Go. Next runner.
GG Squid.
GG Slid.
Clean run from Swed. Despite losing step count, he still managed to pull through and maintain the lead, so that's good. He kept the frog high for the end, so that's all that matters. Now we just have Zin. Hopefully Zin has enough money.
I'm trying. I got infinite dances instead.
All part of the plan, man. All part of the plan.
I'll introduce the Mystic Quest and its like basic mechanics once we finish up FF5 on the other stream here.
Yeah, we're real close. About like a couple minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that.
Alrighty. First things first, we're gonna raise up our characters in order to get them the jobs we want them to have. We're gonna have Len as a hunter mostly for ATB reasons. We want her to sort of kind of squeeze in between multiple characters ATB wise, because we ideally want to get buffed by round 2.
Yo, where did my running shoes go? What the heck? Yo, this is weird. My running shoes just straight up disappeared.
Huh. Okay.
Well then, that's fine. It's just gonna be a little annoying.
So once again, first things first, we're gonna be doing Kiss of Blessing on Exdeath, yeah. Wanna see those blocks from Kara? Now we are on Kara, so we're completely invincible. Exdeath is only gonna attack, gonna absorb all the physical damage with a mighty Gird skill for the night, taking nothing from any physical attack. So now it's just a matter of buffing and killing the guy. Go toss for 99999. He only has about 50k health, so it takes about 5 or so go tosses to finish him off. We're gonna be killing off our own characters, just because that speeds up the fight a little bit.
Alright, we got a couple guild tosses now. Okay, we only need 5 for the knockout.
That's number 2. Get ready to strike
Alright,
someone soon.
we run out. So
Well, it's time to dance.
say
There you go.
I mean, it's, at this point, he can't die, so we're good. But yeah, that's unfortunate, but hey. I'm glad, and you should still be proud of yourself for not dying, because this could have gone way worse. This could have gone way worse for sure. This is definitely so impressive that you managed to keep it together. Keep the run going.
alright, 600, a regular attack, not bad.
Not bad, man. About 20 turns, you're done. So we want to see some sword dances from this, hopefully. That's going to be doing more damage than this singular attack, but it's not like we've been getting good luck so far.
Yeah, this will be a lot faster if I also had the running shoes, but I have no idea what happened to them.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. That's weird because you had 2. Mystery wall type.
Oh, yo, something I just realized. We could proc either both duet and recover health.
Oh, that's so bad if that happens.
Speak of the devil.
Oh man, it's not good.
Okay, I think the best thing I can do is just exit the void and get my cash and then try to come back. I don't know, dude.
This is...
Oh gosh.
I mean, you can res, but then she's not in critical.
Don't worry, the game is trying the best to hold me up. Take your time.
Yeah, I think that is the best course of action. Sorry guys.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Happens.
We went so far too.
Yeah.
While he's catching up to fight Exdeath again, I'm going to explain a minor item dupe glitch that you'll be watching Elmagus do here. There's a small glitch in Mystic Quest that allows you to duplicate items in your inventory. In this case, he's going to use them on seeds, which replenish your ability to use magic attacks by queuing it on the hero Benjamin and then fleeing from the fight if it's an unfavorable fight.
Unfortunately, I didn't actually get a battle where I could do that.
Yeah, I just noticed as I was saying it, you got great battles.
Yeah, y'all can go ahead and take the helm at this point. We've already seen this
Alright.
dungeon twice, so...
So now Magus will be approaching the first major boss of the game, which is Flamorous Rex. He can be kind of a troll. Typically, you would have fought several of the encounters that are strewn throughout this dungeon and be a little bit of a higher level, but obviously skipping as many as possible don't really provide that kind of experience to level up at all and get any more HP than what he has now. Fortunately, you are able to cast curative spells on him, which do quite a bit of damage.
Ah, nice. Sometimes lucky.
Please, you gotta be never lucky.
Sweet. This is actually going really well. But I had a really terrible dungeon. I think I just missed like 7 hits, and I got like 3 skeletons 5 times in a row. It should be the killing blow though. Nice. Alright, cool. It's very difficult to down this boss actually, but I got really lucky with the turn order. One of the few things that is really terrible about Mystic Quest is that agility doesn't really work properly, as in it's dependent on a roll more or less. You have a base agility value depending on your level and equipment. However, the game can just randomly decide, you know what, the boss is faster this turn, and that will screw with your plans. I got pretty lucky though. Good boss fight, definitely.
It's like the developers, since they eliminated the threat of random encounters and that random element, that they stuck all the RNG in the actual battle sequences themselves. So just to preface the run a little bit, there is a glitch that's built into the game, which is, I guess, referred to, do you guys still call it the resistance glitch? Which essentially, after you've completed the game, unlike the other Final Fantasies you've seen, you're not given control of an entire party. You only have one partner, and that partner kind of changes throughout the story. You have several that you encounter 2 times each. And as you pick up equipment, they get better stats and have status resistances. And essentially the game has it built in that if you load a save and then leave it and begin a new game, your partner essentially has the same stats and resistances that he or she would have had in the save that you had loaded prior, based on what equipment that character had. And so the partner is super pivotal throughout this run in a number of the boss fights for that reason.
Yeah, so this makes it technically New Game Plus, of course, but there's no way to avoid, like if you save one time on your cartridge, it's basically over. You are going to have to roll with the resistance glitch, there's no way to avoid it. So we just decided, alright, you know what, we were just going to take the best partner, save with that, and then call it New Game, any percent, you know? It's less trouble. And it does help out quite significantly, actually. Your partners do get like a magic boost, they do get resistance against 3 of the 4 elements, which is really handy, and so on and so forth, so that's really nice throughout the whole run.
That's not to say it's not possible to do it without it, like if you had like a new cart or began a new game on an emulator. But like Magissa said, once you make that initial save, you're pretty much set. I actually did not know you could walk under that like rock bridge for the longest time until I started watching runs of this game. So now he'll be meeting up with his next partner here shortly. The other unique thing with each of the partners is they each have their own weapon that they use, and a lot of them are very useful outside of battle as well, including the claw that has just showed up on Phoebe.
Man, I wish we could have a claw.
For what purpose?
I don't know.
Just to wear around.
The cool thing about the claw weapons is that they give a magic boost. Phoebe doesn't get the magic boost right now, actually, because, yeah, the glitch, but I can actually get a seat here. How convenient.
So here you'll see it for the first time. If you want to explain what you're doing briefly, you can, for the seed dupe.
Yeah, basically, I'm setting my partner at manual so I can input commands, and then I'm going to use the seat with Benjamin, back out, and run away from the battle, so the game thinks it has to give me the seat back. But I never actually used it, so I'm basically getting a duplicate from it, which is kind of nice, and we want like 2 of them. So I need one more battle here somewhere that is not really convenient for me, and then I can dupe 1 more seat there. And that should last us until we can actually buy seats. And here we go.
Because the thing with encounters in this game is that they are like super user-friendly, unlike other Final Fantasies, where if you want to flee from it, you essentially just hit run, and you can reset the fight and try to get a different RNG for what the grouping would be. There's no like disparity between pressing flee and actually fleeing like other games that have to buff one.
Alright, and what do you know? She gave us the claw. So now we do get the claw. The first claw only has a magic boost, pretty much, and we can climb walls with it, which is really cool. And for the most part, what I'm trying to do here in these battles, as long as the formation permits it, I'm going to try to leave my partner on auto, simply because that saves input time, and for the most part, it works out that the partner will be doing commands that will kill the whole enemy group, unless there's 2 different types of enemies in battle, then you gotta do it manually, which wastes a little bit of time, but so far, I've been getting pretty good luck with that.
Yeah, a big part of or big challenge of the speedrun is to know what your partner does when he's on auto, because you can actually save a lot of inputs if you know that your partner is going to do the right thing when he's on auto. And it might not seem like much at first, but it adds up a lot in the end. So if you know that your partner is going to kill them instantly, just leave him on auto. You can actually save a lot of time in the end.
How frequently does it occur at various points where you have your partner on auto and it actually doesn't do what you expect it to do?
Probably like once or twice in the run. Most notably, there's going to be enemies that are going to be reflecting magic. And sometimes your partner will just be like, I think magic is a good idea. Like most of the time, like 99% of the time, it's going to be alright. But sometimes, you know, the partner will just be like, alright, here goes. And then you die and cry a lot.
Yeah, sometimes you also forget that your partner's on auto.
Well, so far so good. These centaurs can be kind of dangerous if they go before me. They can confuse, and if my whole party gets confused, well, it can take a while from that to recover. The worst part about confusion can be that, I mean, the spell routing for the first couple dungeons is really, really tight, so worst case scenario is that my partner in confusion status uses a spell that I would need in an upcoming fight, so fortunately though, we get through it.
You've been getting really good encounters, actually.
For the most part, yeah. It's to make up for the horrible bone dungeon I had. Alright, so we have one more thunder for this encounter. And I'm gonna have to use a seed here. Huh. Alright. So, time for the next boss, Squidites. Squid is actually probably the easiest boss in the game, to be
Yeah.
quite honest.
It's
Besides
probably,
Minotaur.
it's probably the only boss that cannot kill you.
I died to Squidite in practice actually last week,
Yeah.
but for the most part this boss should be alright. If we get blinded, that's terrible. We want to cure that ASAP. Phoebe's going to be the main damage dealer here with arrows. And we obviously don't want to have her blinded. Ideally, Phoebe would just crit 4 times and he would die, but, you know, taking not dying over anything else, really. That goes for the whole run, by the way. Alright, I don't care if Benjamin is blinded, or Boko, sorry. My bad. There we go. Atta girl, atta girl. Alright, that was good. Pretty decent so far. Besides my horrible start.
So throughout the game, you pick up these crests, which essentially open up different portals that you can use and warp to various parts of the world throughout and not have to travel on foot. And it is quite useful on a couple of occasions, including one crest that is glitched, which will not even come into play until like near the end of the run anyway.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm seeing a lot of love for Mystic Quest music. That is indeed the best part about the game.
Yeah.
Although I really do think that this game is actually really good if you don't play it with a timer. Like, I mean, it's simple and all, but it's super fun to play around with this game. Maybe because of its simplicity. I don't know.
Yeah. I also don't think it's as bad as people make it, but
Yeah.
when it comes to speedrunning, I guess it's a different story.
Do not run a timer.
It's a frustrating speedrun, but I also think it's like super beginner friendly for
That is
anyone that's
true,
not
yeah.
familiar with like RPG speedrunning and people that don't have time to practice like complicated menuing or anything like that.
Are you
'Cause there's
implying that this
virtually
game
no
does not
menu.
have complicated menuing? Please. And the menuing is not very complex here, but you can do it really fast, which makes it very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is kind of beginner friendly. Like you
Oh, yeah.
you cannot really game over in this game. Like even if you screw up in one fight, you can just redo it. I mean, the speedrun basically does not basically, but it does not safety save anywhere. That's literally no save.
Alright, I am closing in on Exdeath here.
Good luck.
It should be fine this time.
So in this segment here, he'll be pushing these ice blocks in order to progress through this area. And you can actually do it very methodically and kind of skip a little bit of it.
Yeah, there's a small sequence break here that skips 2 fights, basically. It's kind of a neat thing, though.
It's innovative ice block placement.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't take any credit for this. FF Gamer come up with most of these things, or saw it somewhere else, I don't know, but I basically learned this game from watching FF Gamer, so I just assume everything is from him. Alright, and coming up is the most annoying boss in this game? Nah, that's not true. But you could say that about any boss, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, gotta use the seed, and then pray to God.
The worst fear right here is confusion. If he decides to confuse Phoebe, your partner, it can be a very, very tough time. Hopefully I
Hey.
fixed you so that you can
Yep, you did.
fall behind, that's good. Now
Let's
if you're
actually do
really
that.
unlucky, he's gonna confuse Phoebe all the time.
I've sent out of confusion, unfortunately, for you.
Okay, I tried. Yeah, this is snow crab.
Alright.
You'll kind of notice there's a pattern in the boss fights. Whenever they have like little minions with them, typically you just want to off the minions first. That way you can kind of 2v1 the boss. Just makes it much more manageable in every fight. Again, your partner being like such a helpful unit in all of them.
I'm sorry, Jenya, that was actually really good.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah.
So now Phoebe's gonna upgrade our bombs here to the big bomb, the jumbo bomb, I guess.
Yep.
This is probably one of the more interesting dungeons in the game because it has the guys that there are actually random encounters, but there are not.
Yeah, you can pick up an item called the Magic Mirror to the right here, which will reveal all the enemies on screen. But I mean, as a speedrunner, you obviously know. Okay, I'm about to fight an encounter here.
So yeah, Zin's almost done buffing, so
I just want to make sure I don't have any guild tills to spare. So I get ready in time. We're only 14 tills to go.
As ready as I can be.
Time.
GG.
GG.
GG,
Oh
dude.
my gosh.
Kudos for pulling through.
Yeah, rocky run, but you pulled through, man. Congrats.
That's what counts, that's what counts.
Alright, so
Right
now
on.
Jenya is going to be fighting the first troll fight